live episode of Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the best yet. Welcome to a live episode of Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
As a demonstrative aid with the cautionary instruction that Your Honor would give.
Well, cautionary instruction definitely will be given as it pertains to this recording. Since the beginning, I believe the defense has already raised previously up to 30 minutes of the beginning of the recording cannot be heard. So on that basis alone, a cautionary will be given. The other point about the transcript that would potentially be under the video matching what the court reporter has actually prepared, I do believe is a fair one, and it cannot be inaccurate in any way if it's going to be used even as a demonstrative. Ms. Myers?
Just to clarify, I believe in her trial last year, Ms. McElveen, what clips were played. Obviously, we were not there, but I believe, well, we were not arguing. I believe Ms. Dugan presented them to Ms. McElveen and said, "Did you hear that? What did you mean by that?" And Ms. McElveen's response, time and time again, was, "I didn't hear that." So she was given that opportunity. She did testify under oath, but she could not hear it. And that doesn't even account for all of the statements by Ms. McElveen and Mr. Adelson on the recording that cannot be heard. So I think that if the transcript is given as it in the version that the state wants to use, those words become the evidence, because those words are the ones that the jury is likely to fixate upon. And then with the ellipses and the dashes, as I said, it does suggest that there's more there, but it doesn't really matter. When in fact, there's more there, but nobody can hear it.
No, Ms. Myers, I am in agreement with you. That part has to be accurate. If it's going to be used, there's not going to be any guesswork. The foundation, though, for using this as a demonstrative aid can be laid among multiple witnesses. Ms. McElveen has already provided the initial layer with authenticating the transcript is accurate and correct. Any further foundation that needs to be laid for the introduction of demonstrative aid, the state will have to properly lay. But as far as using the demonstrative, it has to be accurate in all respects. Ms. Kappelman, do you understand what I'm saying?
I think what you're saying, Your Honor, is that you'd like the word inaudible to be present on the demonstrative if it's present in the transcript.
That is correct. Before it's shown to the jury, if the defense wishes to engage in any further voir dire with the witnesses, are going to lay the foundation on this topic, I'll allow them to do so. But as far as considering her past trial testimony for the basis of making this ruling, she has testified under oath in this trial that the transcript is accurate and correct. The court will accept that representation. She was subject to cross-examination. If the defense is going to call her again to dispute this point or for some other relevant purpose, you have the ability to do so. Ms. Brandon?
I think the court is going to let in the demonstrative of the transcript, which was previously ruled inadmissible. They need to have more foundation. But I think he's going to let it in if they change the transcript with the inaudibles. Katie was able to authenticate that it was correct. That was another benefit of putting Katie on the stand, is trying to get that transcript, their transcript, which helps the state's case.
Everyone can be seated. What's that? Okay. Go ahead and bust them out.
Anybody else?
Happy Halloween to everybody. That was to try to get the transcript in. And because Katie McMonagle took the stand and authenticated parts of the transcript, the court is inclined to let it in as a demonstrative aid if they can clean up some parts where it's inaudible and make sure that the transcript
Morning, members of the
is
jury.
audible.
We are going to continue with when the defense is ready, you may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Corbitt, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, you testified yesterday about phone records.
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Phone records are only kept for a certain amount of time, right?
That's correct.
So you subpoenaed these records back in the 2014, 15, 16 timeframe, right?
Yes, most of the records would have been obtained primarily in the 2014, 2015. Those additional records obtained just prior to the intercept.
In the PowerPoint presentation that you showed yesterday, there was no new data in there since the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Katie Magbanua back in 2016, correct?
In the presentation, we have no new data.
Let me ask it differently. The presentation may have changed,
Correct.
but you didn't receive any new data since that point in time.
That's correct.
So everything in that presentation you had back in 2016.
Yes, we should have.
And you're aware that Mr. Adelson wasn't arrested until 2022, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that whatever is in your presentation, someone didn't think it was enough to arrest Mr. Adelson, correct?
Objection to speculation and relevance.
Relevant.
I'll move on. When you're doing your analysis, you are just plopping data in and looking for patterns, right?
That's one of the things I do, yes.
Okay. It's hard, believe me.
I know.
Okay. And let me say this, the amount of work was tremendous in putting this investigation together, correct?
It was, yes.
The amount of work in 2014 and 2015 in going through bus videos and ATM videos and SunPass records and phone records must have been thousands and thousands of man hours, right?
Yes,
And ultimately you got the two shooters, correct?
we did.
As well as Katie Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And those records led you right to them, but it was a lot of work and amazing work, right?
It was a thorough and complete investigation, yes.
Amongst a lot of agencies, right?
Yes.
Now, when Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022, the phone companies no longer had records for 2013 or 2014, right?
It would depend on which company. Some would, yes.
But AT&T didn't, correct?
AT&T may have, yes.
Well, if I told you they didn't, would you believe me?
Yes.
And if you don't have the phone records, you also don't have cell site data, right?
That's correct.
And so if you don't have the phone records and you don't have the cell site data, you're limited to the phone records that you have, right?
Correct.
And your records began in May of 2014, right? Your phone records.
Yes.
So if we wanted to see the patterns of these calls at time periods before May of 2014, we are not able to do so, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
Whoever's phone is going off, turn it off or leave the courtroom. Please continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, I think you said on direct that when you look at the call detail records, there's sometimes duplication.
There is, yes.
So sometimes one call will look like 3 calls.
Yes.
And cell site data, you talked about it a little bit on direct. Cell site data isn't for every single call, right?
No, we do not have cell site data for every call. If the call does not reach the handset, then we would see a record of that attempt, but there may not be cell site data associated with that particular event.
And with text messages, sometimes you can get cell site data and sometimes you can't, right?
It's largely dependent upon the carrier. Certain carriers do provide cell site location for text messages and others do not. For instance, Verizon.
What about AT&T?
AT&T does provide location information with text messages.
But in your call detail records, aren't there instances where there are text messages and there's no cell site data associated with those text messages?
So again, there may be attempted messages that do not reach the handset where there may not be location. And then we kind of talk about text messages as a singular thing, but really we have messages that are completed through the carrier that go through the carrier's network. And then we have things such as iMessage, which from Apple devices, iOS devices that don't go through the normal carrier network. And so we don't see records at all for those in the call detail records that the carrier provides. So there are a lot of messages that we see for which there is no associated location information or events in the carrier records.
Okay, and it's scary that I'm doing this with you with my technological inefficiencies, but let's talk about iMessages a little bit. So iMessages are when an iPhone user is speaking to an iPhone user through text messages, correct?
Yes.
So if Charlie Adelson and his parents are messaging each other, it will often go through iMessages, right?
That's correct.
And associated with that, you wouldn't see cell site data, correct?
That's correct.
Now, SunPass records, you got them in 2014, right? In 2015.
I was not the one who received those directly, so I don't know exactly when they were obtained.
Okay, but you testified to some SunPass records yesterday, right? Okay, and it's scary that I'm doing this with you with my technological inefficiencies, but let's talk about iMessages a little bit. So iMessages are when an iPhone user is speaking to an iPhone user through text messages, correct?
Yes.
So if Charlie Adelson and his parents are messaging each other, it will often go through iMessages, right?
That's correct.
And associated with that, you wouldn't see cell site data, correct?
That's correct.
Now, SunPass records, you got them in 2014, right? In 2015.
I was not the one who received those directly, so I don't know exactly when they were obtained.
Okay. But you testified to some SunPass records yesterday, right?
I don't believe that we did.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2022, you can't get SunPass records back in 2014?
I was not.
Okay. Let's talk about frequency reports. And you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but I want to make sure it's clear. You said that one thing that you look at as an investigator is frequency reports, right? Meaning the amount of times that people are calling each other.
Yes.
And you said that you're looking at that to see if there are co-conspirators. I think that's one of the words you used, right?
And that is one of the things we're looking for. Yes.
Okay. But frequency reports can also be seen between wife and husband, girlfriend and boyfriend, mother and son, and daughter and father, right?
Correct.
So the fact that a mother and a son and a girlfriend and a boyfriend call each other a lot doesn't necessarily make them co-conspirators. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Depends on your perspective, correct?
Yes.
Now, these calls and call logs and frequency reports, they don't tell you what people are actually saying, right?
The records that I have from the carriers, no, we have no content with that.
Okay. You're just seeing the calls
Yes.
and you're just seeing or looking for some patterns.
Yes.
But sometimes those patterns can bring about false positives or false assumptions, right?
Well, the patterns are what they are. The communications happened. They're there in the records. Their relevance or meaning is, could be varied.
And their relevance or meaning sometimes determined by guesswork, right?
I wouldn't say guesswork.
Assumptions.
I think the call patterns are looked at in conjunction with other information, other evidence, other things that are going on at the time. And the totality of that would lend whatever relevance to those calling patterns.
Fair enough. So let's look at the totality of these calls, okay? So let's start with July 1. And from July 1, you can tell from text messages that there was an incident between Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes.
And so what I'm going to be talking to you about today is not only your report and your call records, but in trying to find out the patterns, you looked at Mr. Adelson's and other people's text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can see from those text messages that this confrontation between Sigfredo Garcia and Mr. Adelson caused a lot of stress. You can see that, right, in the text messages.
Yes.
Okay. For instance, you can see in the text messages that for the only time in your investigation, there's text messages from Charlie Adelson's dad to Charlie Adelson after midnight.
I don't know that that's the only time, but it could be.
Well, you would agree that at 12:38 in the morning, his dad texts Charlie and says, "Are you home?" And Charlie says, "Yes, home safe." And the dad has a thumbs up. Do you agree with that? When you went through your investigation, you saw that, correct?
Well, I certainly don't remember every one of the tens of thousands of messages, but I can look it up real quick and confirm that.
May I
But
approach, Your Honor?
So he's got to be very careful with this witness because Chris is a very smart.
times.
Chris is not going to take his word for it. Chris is going to want to see the document. He really doesn't trust any lawyer.
So it's either
But
12:38 or 8
with
o'clock in the evening.
cross-examined,
Okay.
and I don't expect the Perry Mason moment. He's trying to make a few points that he can maybe later in argument
It's on the second.
try to bolster his side. It's not going to be an I gotcha with Corbitt. And I think Daniel knows it. Daniel's very respectful to him. The calls are the calls and the records are the records. So Chris is very smart and very experienced. He's got a better tie on today too.
Judge, while he's looking that up, could we have a brief sidebar?
You may approach.
Now we have a sidebar, which are always fun. Sarah must know he's going somewhere and doesn't want him to get there before he says it in front of the jury. So she's going to probably try to get the judge to prevent him from doing something. We'll never really know because if the judge grants it, you're not going to hear it. That's what I'm guessing. Otherwise, there's no reason why Sarah would have asked for a sidebar. Some of the comments, well, you have to go to sidebar. The question is, do you lose it when you go to sidebar? You kind of have to go to sidebar at times. Jurors don't like it because jurors think you're hiding something from them. But the lawyers know you better go to sidebar if you do something that risks a mistrial or a ruling by the court. You don't want to get in the disfavor of the court. And I think it's proper to do a sidebar instead of a speaking objections. Some speaking objections, when you stand up and say objection relevance, that's okay because you're not tainting the jury with something. You're saying the reason for the ruling and then the court rules. So a lot of courts judges don't like speaking objections. They want you just to cite the evidentiary rule and not have a long-winded speaking objection. Some lawyers like to talk and hear themselves talk, and judges don't like it. Hankinson hated speaking objections. And if you've watched the previous trials, Hankinson hated sidebars. He would say, no, I'm not going to grant you a sidebar. But this Judge Everett is more accommodating, much more agreeable until they start abusing it. And there hasn't been a lot of objections in this trial. Parties have let each other do mostly what they want, which is pretty much a clean trial so far. Early on in this cross-examination at the beginning, Daniel was trying to really give more argument and theory to his case than he was trying to elicit an answer. And that's why the objection is relevant, and that's why it was granted.
Did that refresh your recollection?
I'm not finding those messages at that time. So there is a message from Harvey Adelson to Charlie, or from Charlie to Harvey saying, trying to return your call. That's at 8:10 in the evening on the 2nd. We're talking July 2nd.
We're talking July 2nd at 12:38 in the morning. And if you want to look on your thing at 8:38 in the evening, that's fine as well.
It's not there either, I don't believe. Because I've not adjusted this.
Are you sure that you have all the text messages?
This is one of the extractions. I'm not sure where that came from. I don't recognize that format that you have.
I'll move
But
on, but are you sure that when you did this report, it included every text message received on Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
I believe that it does, yes.
But you don't have those, right?
I do not see those in what I'm looking at right here in the timeline.
I'll move on. You talked about this June 2nd, 2014 rental car pickup. Remember
Yes.
that? And during your testimony, you put Miss Magbanawa at the rental car pickup, correct?
Consistent with that, yes.
If Miss Magbanawa testified yesterday that she knew nothing about the first trip and had nothing to do with renting the rental car, that would be a lie, right?
Objection to speculation and relevance.
Overruled as the relevance, sustained as the speculation. You may rephrase if you're capable.
If she testified yesterday that she had nothing to do with being near the rental car or knowing about the first trip, that would not be consistent with your data, correct?
I don't know her testimony, but it would not be consistent with the location of the handset.
Now, Charlie Adelson's handset wasn't located anywhere near the rental car on that day, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, looking at his text messages, you could tell that he was working as late as 9:05 that evening, correct?
Again, I don't recall the content of every message, but there was nothing that I recall associating him with the rental of the vehicle.
May I approach Your Honor, try to refresh witness's recollection?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that he was leaving the office at 9:05 p.m. that evening?
So he did make points on impeaching Magbanawa when she said she wasn't near it. This is the guy that can
This
contradict
message
that
here
with
that you just
record.
heard?
So that was
These
another
three messages.
kind of drawback to having Magbanawa, because you got a witness here is so credible and
There's
unimpeached.
nothing about leaving the office. There's a request to put something
He's
in a
doing a
safe.
nice job.
Thanks
Cross
again. But I don't see anything that says I'm leaving.
What's the something in a safe?
I left a container of bone on your desk. It's in a blue box that says Zimmer on it. It's about 500 in bone.
Okay. Do you know what Charlie Adelson does for a living?
I do.
What does he do? What does he do for a living?
He is a periodontist.
And does he work with bones?
He does.
Okay. And do you know that he works with a dentist called Bloom?
I'm not familiar with that name.
And that dentist's office is in northern Fort Lauderdale?
Not familiar with that.
And so when you looked at that day to see where he was located, this text message meant nothing to you, right?
It just indicates that something was left in an office, and there's not a time with that. I just left something in your office. I'm leaving now. There's nothing in that exchange that gives me an idea of where he was at that particular time. And so, no, I did not consider that in that. We look at the cell site locations primarily. But again, I have nothing that associated Mr. Adelson with the rental of that vehicle.
You can agree that when that message is sent, it's at 9:05 p.m., correct?
In your report, yes, sir.
Okay. You can agree that on your chart, remember you did that chart with all the red and blue arrows?
Yes, sir.
You can agree on your chart, his first phone call is to Catherine Magbanowa at 8:57 p.m.
Again, not having memorized every call,
It's the first page of your chart.
the first call that evening, yes, was at 8:57 p.m.
If you take my word that he was leaving the office at around 9 o'clock, would that indicate that that call was made from the car?
If he was leaving the office, then it could have been made from the car, yes.
Okay. And there are no text messages before that call between him and Miss Magbanowa, correct? The last text message is at 6:41 that evening, correct?
Again, I can look at that. I will take your word. I do not recall any text messages that evening relevant to the rental of the vehicle.
The next page of this exhibit has a call back from Catherine Magbanowa. Do you see that?
At 9:17 p.m.?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
The first call is only a minute long, right?
Correct.
And she calls him back. There's nothing odd for a girlfriend to call a boyfriend back on the phone, right?
Correct.
The next page has a text message at 9:31 from Wendy Adelson to Harvey Adelson. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Harvey Adelson's Wendy Adelson's dad, right?
Correct.
Do you have any idea what that text message said?
I don't know that we looked at that. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't recall what the text message was. Nothing of relevance to that rental of the vehicle.
But relevant enough to put it on this chart.
It's just a record of the communications. So the communication occurred, so it's included as in that series of communications.
Now, 2022, I have no access to Miss Adelson's text back then, right?
We have the forensic extraction of her handset, which could contain that text message.
What if I told you it doesn't?
Then it doesn't.
Okay. So we have no idea what that text says. It could say anything.
I'm not familiar with what the content of that text message is. No.
The next call you have is a call from Charlie Adelson at 9:44 to the Adelson residence. Calls his parents, right?
That's correct.
And again, using my time frame, he still could be in the car, right?
He could be.
By the way, when you went through the patterns, did you notice that he makes a lot of calls to his girlfriend and his parents in the morning and in the late evening?
He makes a lot of calls at all times. But yes,
Did you notice more calls in the morning when he's driving to work, in the evening when he's driving home from work, than in the middle of the day?
that would be correct. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working at the Adelson Institute the next day?
I was not.
Are you aware that he had a big surgery the next day at the Adelson Institute?
I was not.
We're going to get back to the residence calls, but let's just put a thumbtack on that for right now. By the way, when he calls the residence on this call, he's calling from his own cell phone, right?
That's correct.
He's not calling from a friend's phone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a payphone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a landline.
Correct.
The next call you have is a call between Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And same with the next one we'll skip over. It's between the killers, correct? Garcia and Magbanua.
Correct.
Now, Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson at 10:16, right?
That's correct.
And this is cell phone to cell phone.
Correct.
That call happens at 10:16 and it lasts for a little about 5 minutes, right?
Correct. 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
And immediately thereafter, Charlie Adelson calls his dad back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware that at the time that these calls happened, the Adelsons, you have them living?
Objection to counsel testifying.
I'll let you finish the question first, but go ahead. You
Are,
may
are,
finish your question.
are you aware? Where did you think the Adelsons were living, Donna and Harvey Adelson, at the time of these phone calls?
I don't believe they were living at the Icon at that point. I believe they were living further north.
Would it surprise you that they were living further south part-time at a place called the Continuum?
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, did you look at the cell phone, the text messages where they're talking about sharing a place at the Continuum?
I do not recall those.
Do you know whether the Continuum has bad cell phone reception?
I'm not familiar with that at all.
Would these two calls that you have as two different arrows indicate that the call could have gotten cut off and Charlie's calling his dad back?
The call could have ended for any number of reasons, and there's nothing in the records that would tell me it was cut off from a service reason versus just the conclusion of the call.
But the calls are immediately after one another, correct?
Not immediately. They are 6 minutes apart.
With no calls in between, right?
No calls between any of the involved parties. So there could be, if we were to expand and look at all of Charlie's calls, there could be calls to other persons, or Harvey Adelson could have calls to other persons. This summary is limited to just calls between our subjects, and there are no additional calls between our subjects in that time frame.
Fair enough. Skipping 2 away. You then have a call at 10:41 between Katie and Charlie.
That's correct.
And did you look to see whether there were any text messages in between this call?
I do not recall any text messages that evening in Mr. Adelson's return. There was a picture sent that were not retained, and that was the only communication that I saw in the iCloud return.
And the last 3 sheets have nothing to do with any calls or text messages involving any of the Adelsons, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about this sheet right here, which is this landline sheet. You recall this?
Yes.
And you talked about how it was very significant to you that there were so few contacts between Charlie Adelson or anyone, Charlie Adelson's phone and his parents' house phone, their landline. Remember testifying to that yesterday?
I do.
And remember testifying that this was an indication for you when people use landlines that they might be wanting to disguise things. Do you recall saying that?
That was a question that I was asked, if there was a perception that cell phones were less secure than landlines. I do believe that perception exists. That was my answer to the question.
And this point was important enough to you that you made a whole slide on it.
I was asked to review the frequency of communications from the cell phones compared to the landline and how frequently the landline was contacted versus their cell phones.
On all of the calls to the Adelson's landline, are they all from Charlie Adelson's cell phone?
The ones, yes, we were looking at Charlie Adelson's cell phone. That chart is based exclusively from his cell phone. So we're looking at the cell phone contacts between his cell phone, their cell phones, his cell phone, and their residence is what we're looking at. If he were to call from the office or call from other places, that would not be included.
Is that an indication that he wasn't trying to disguise anything?
I don't know if he's trying to disguise anything or not. Again, I was asked to look at the frequency of communications between the two numbers.
By the way, this landline, did you look at whether the phone number has ever changed since 1978?
I have not.
Let's move on to June 5th and the surveillance of Professor Markel's home and the return travel to Miami. You went through Charlie's text messages on the 5th during this time period, right?
I have reviewed them at some point, yes.
And you reviewed them to see if there was anything out of the normal or routine, correct?
Looking for any information that was related to this travel, the incident, anything like that.
When you reviewed them, did you see anything in this time period in the text messages that looked off?
Again, with hundreds of thousands of messages, I certainly did not attempt to memorize them all. I can look at that day and see. I don't recall anything that appeared off or appeared, that stood out to me.
Sometimes lawyers,
You were asked about a birthday present. Do you recall that?
Yes.
he's not making any points with this witness. It's best to
Was
get-
there anything in the text messages discussing a caterer?
There was, yes.
Was there anything in the text messages discussing how Charlie Adelson was working on getting a caterer for the birthday party?
Yes.
Do you recall if those text messages were on June 5th, 2014?
I don't recall the exact date. Again, I can look that up, but
Let me try to help you.
okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
He really needs to get this witness off the stand. He's not making any points. He's only making Chris look more
Yes.
credible. Chris is not going to take his word for anything, and nothing is really relevant. But lawyers sometimes never know when to stop asking questions. Make your points and sit
On
down.
June 5th, do you recall that Charlie Adelson was working late?
I do not.
Do you recall that his parents were talking about going to yoga?
I do not.
Now, I want to move to June 6th and the location of the rental car. Now, the first thing you had behind this slide was a text message between Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel. Do you see that? And
And I'm sorry, which,
okay, let me show you so you can catch up.
So I'm waiting for the surprise moment when Chris zaps
yes.
Daniel with an answer he doesn't like, and then Daniel's going to get upset. It's going to happen because
And this is a text message where Wendy Adelson, and it's in evidence, Your Honor, where Wendy Adelson asks Professor Markel whether he's in Tallahassee, July 14 to 18. I just want to know if I can have the kiddos on the 16th. Thanks. And she says, yes, you can. You see that?
Mr. Markel says yes. You
Sorry,
can. Yes.
Professor Markel says, yes, you can.
Yes.
See that? Are you aware that that was that there was a birthday party on the 5th in South Beach for Harvey's 70th birthday?
Yes.
And are you aware that the next slide you have Miss Adelson down in South Beach. Are you aware that she attended that birthday party on the 5th and stayed in town on the 6th?
Yes.
Now, in your experience, is it normal for co-parents to text each other about visitation of kids?
Sure.
By the way, she's asking whether she can have the kids on the 16th, right?
She's asking for the date range of the 14th through the 18th. And yes, if I can have the kids on the 16th.
You're aware that Professor Markel's murder happened on the 18th, right?
I am, yes.
Didn't happen on the 16th, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Professor Markel had custody of the kids on the 18th, the day that he was murdered, right?
That's correct.
By the way, just moving back very quickly, and I don't know where your slide is on this, but regarding July 2nd, after the incident,
Yes, sir.
can you pull that slide up where you have a text message between Charlie Adelson and Katie, a series of text messages?
Yes, sir. That will be slide 28.
And one of the, can we put slide 28 on the screen? Is that possible? Oh, I'll do it from here. Hold on.
Actually, the witness can.
Can you put it on the screen? Did you make a mistake here by accident, Sergeant Corbitt?
It's possible these were cut and pasted from the actual Cellbrite report.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson said this really sucks?
It's possible.
Can you check?
I can.
So when a witness admits he makes a mistake, it's really hard to cross-examine him because he gets more credibility with the juror that a mistake happens. This is a very difficult witness, very difficult, very seasoned, doesn't come across as subjective. He looks like he's objective, very smart. You just need to get him off of the stand. You might get 1 point, but you're going to lose 10. And it's not beneficial to your case. When he just admitted a mistake, gives him more credibility as a witness.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
You are correct.
Can we put that back? Can we put the other one back on the screen now?
Sure. Oh, possibly.
And isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua said these two statements, not Charlie Adelson?
Well, let me double check that.
May I approach, Your Honor? They're right after.
Yes.
Or, 967.
Yeah, the prosecutors are happy he's on the stand. They're like, go
That's
ahead,
correct.
keep doing it. You're only going to help our case and make him look more credible. You see, they're not objecting.
Okay. Going back to June 6th, you showed Charlie Adelson staying at Miss Magbanawa's residence that evening, correct? Well, you show him there at 12:30 in the morning and 11:46 in the morning, right?
On the 6th.
On the 6th.
Yes, sir. The events that we looked at, he had an event at 12:30 a.m. and then the next event at 11:46 a.m.
And that would be consistent with him leaving his parents' party, his dad's party, and staying in South Beach at his girlfriend's house?
It could be, yes.
And looking at the text messages, could you tell that the family was going to get back together in South Beach the next day for dinner?
There was conversation to that, yes.
Now, if we could move to July 14th. Your analysis through the text messages and through the cell site data shows that Charlie Adelson had dinner or met up. I don't think it says dinner. Oh, it actually does. Had dinner with Katie Magbanawa on the evening of the 14th, correct?
That's correct.
That would be inconsistent with if there's testimony in this courtroom by Miss Magbanawa saying that she did not have dinner with him that evening, that would be inconsistent with your data, correct?
What I have is a text message indicating that they could eat closer to her residence. And there is location information that Mr. Adelson traveled to that area, traveled away from that area. I don't know exactly where Midtown is, where the request to eat was, and then travel back to her residence. What they did, I do not know.
Okay. Now, what you do have, and this is important, so I want you to go to this page of your exhibit. You have him leaving, Charlie Adelson leaving the area around 12:42 a.m., correct?
He has events consistent with the area of her residence at 12:42, and then the next event at 1:02 has traveled some distance. So yeah, somewhere after 12:42, he would depart that area.
Okay. And you have a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia, a call from Katie to Sigfredo Garcia at 12:48.
That's correct.
So that would be consistent that phone call was made after Charlie Adelson left the residence, correct?
Correct.
If you're looking at patterns, it might indicate to you that Katie wanted to make a call to Sigfredo without Charlie being there, right?
It could be.
By the way, you have no phone calls whatsoever between Charlie and Sigfredo Garcia or vice versa.
That's correct.
And you have no indication anywhere in this chart through cell phone data or otherwise that Katie ever called Sigfredo when Charlie was with her.
I certainly have not analyzed months of location data to see if they could possibly be together when a phone call was made to Mr. Garcia.
Well, let me ask you this question. There's a lot of pages in your exhibit with a lot of dots.
Yes, sir.
On any of those dots, can you tell? None of those dots show that Charlie Adelson was with Katie Magbanawa when she ever called Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
This is like
July 15, 2014, the Prius rental. What color was the Prius?
Green.
It wasn't silver, right?
The Prius was not silver. It's a mint metallic green.
And is Prius a Toyota or a Nissan?
It is a Toyota.
Now, you did the arrow sheet again for calls on the 15th, right?
Yes.
This time you did it a little bit differently, right?
Yes.
What was different this time versus the way you did it previously?
It was just contacts between persons as opposed to breaking down each individual call.
And these contacts between persons, some of them might have been callbacks or misconnections or voicemails, correct?
That's correct.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something in private to the bailiff.
We'll take a brief recess. Members of the jury, please follow the bailiff.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
So this has been like reading War and Peace. Way too much questions, way too much irrelevant information to a witness who's strictly going to answer yes or no based on what he's done. He could have asked 15 questions, the ones where he got the answer he wanted, where he was trying to impeach Meg Bonawa, and he would have been much more effective. He could have turned and gone back and been very effective. Asking questions, who could have been talking? Could they have been having dinner? The juror knows that this man doesn't know that. All he knows is who made a phone call and where they were when the phone call was made. Do I think the jury has trouble following Rashbaum? They do. And at one point he goes, okay, this is important. When you say that to the jury, you better have a Perry Mason question. And nothing came out. I think the jurors are wanting to know why he thinks it was important, and it was a dud. So the juror is probably thinking, well, what's important to him is probably not important to us because it didn't seem like it affected this case. I don't know. Daniel seems like he just feels like he has to question this guy because he's put testimony up. Not every witness has to be cross-examined. And you certainly don't need to just make questions up for the sake of making questions up. At some point, you're going to look over and the jury is just not even listening anymore. And when they stop listening to you on one witness, it could carry over later on in the trial when you actually have valid information and valid cross-examination. So sometimes it's hard. If he would have had a very active co-counsel, that co-counsel might have stood up or said to him, hey, that's enough. We're good. Move on. This kind of trial, he probably should have had at least one other full-time lawyer who was like cross-examining Katie Magdanoa and cross-examining the FBI, dividing the workload. I just see Daniel's going to be so worn out by the end of today or tomorrow that he's going to become even less effective. But I'm looking at the questions for everybody. You could tell by the people watching, they were getting bored with it. And it's hard. You feel like you have to cross this guy, but he's a pro. He's completely a pro. Do I think Charlie will testify? I think his lawyer has set him up that he has to testify. And if he doesn't testify, then his whole opening was a fraud, was a lie. And the jury's going to remember that because who else is going to give the context to the extortion? Who else is going to say he was being extorted? Katie Magdanoa said no. So the only person, unless he calls, is Donna, which they're not testifying because he's already waived them as witnesses because they wouldn't be interviewed. So he has to call Charlie. Charlie's not going to do too well, I have a feeling. But it'll be good theater. It's going to be drama. And I think it's going to sink. But I'm looking forward to that. Could Rashbaum be? Well, if you're a trial lawyer, you're in trial. You have to do what you can as a lawyer. You have to make points. You have to make objections. You have to ask for a mistrial. You have to preserve objections for the appellate court. And of course, you have to do everything you can to prevent from becoming ineffective later on down the road. If he would lose this case and gets life in prison, you can guarantee the family will hire some lawyer, and some lawyer will say that Daniel was ineffective and they want a new trial. So it's hard when you're doing a case this magnitude by yourself. And why do I think he didn't hire co-counsel? Well, I was informed that the reason they didn't hire co-counsel was because they wanted to hire the big jury consultant out of New York City. And they spent a lot of money on that jury consultant that if you watch the trial, he picked the jury. And then he disappeared. His little team left. And I don't know if they're going to come back and what role they'll play. But like the jury hasn't seen them in a week or 2 weeks. So I think I'm sure that was a mistake. But they thought they were doing the best. And the Adelsons spent their money. And we'll see. I think it was a mistake. I mean, I think if Rashbaum had an effective, aggressive co-counsel there helping him, someone that might have a different personality than he does, that could blend and the jury can see, I think it would have been better. Either way, he still has a tough case because the case against Charlie is pretty strong and the witnesses are pretty strong. But I don't think just asking question to ask a question is going to bring home the hammer for Charlie. Let's see. Little bit, $5. Thank you for STS. So if anybody's in Tallahassee, Ruth Markle is coming to my office tonight to sign books. And you're welcome to come.
Preventing them from being able to follow the testimony itself. Obviously, you all committed to 6 years about the trial as it unfolds, but nothing is to distract the jurors from their job, which is the task at hand. If you need to speak with each other, and it's going to become louder than a whisper, you need to exit the courtroom. If there's anyone who's unclear about what I'm saying right now. Right. Please enjoy watching the proceedings, but again, do not distract from what's taking place.
All right, so what happens here, the bailiffs in the courtroom during a trial will watch the courtroom to see if spectators are making comments, gestures, facial expressions. If they get wind of it, they will tell the judge, and the judge took the jury out, and now he's admonishing the jurors or the witnesses or spectators, don't make noises, don't give gasp, or because that could affect the jury. And it's clear someone said something or did something or a facial expression, and their bailiffs are just sitting there watching for that. So that's what happened there. They got wind of it. Someone must have heard something, either the bailiff or the lawyers. And the judge wanted to admonish them. This judge is interesting because he leaves his bench and he'll go stand right in front of him. Most judges would just stand at where they're raised already and do it. But he wanted to get close to him and actually tell him that. So he's a more personable judge, but he will throw somebody out. Pearl's Kid, happy Halloween, Tim. Thank you so much for your comment. Once again, so sorry for your ex. Watching trials, silver lining. It has been a silver lining. And I thought last night if I should wear a costume for today for Halloween, but I didn't want to get the STS crew lower their standards. But it is Halloween. Happy Halloween to everybody. Let's hope a lot of treats are in store for Charlie Adelson at the trial. Been a pretty boring, mundane morning so far. You got the phone records, and those phone records will put people where they are. It'll show who's calling, when they're calling. It links to calls. I think if you remember in the opening, Sarah had a nice little piece about who's calling who, and she called it like a train. One would call one would call the other, and then another. I thought that was a nice analogy, a train where they're linked only going one direction or back. And I think these phone records will prove that. Wearing a costume. That would have been funny. A couple years ago, I dressed as the Joker, and we had a good friend who did makeup in Hollywood, and she was really good. I actually looked like the Joker. It was fun, but it took a long time to get that done. So Joel's in the courtroom now. He's talking to his bailiffs. He's instructing them. They're probably identifying a person or persons that they want to watch, and he's going to tell them if you see them again, you will ask them to leave. And I'm sure whoever did it is a little nervous. Hopefully it's not fancy fiction, because I know she's in the courtroom. But I'm sure Fancy wouldn't do that. Why can't the court just subpoena Donna and Harvey? Now remember, the court is like the umpire in the game. He's not a participant. He's just to make sure it's fair. So he's calling balls and strikes, making sure both parties get a fair trial. He doesn't call any witnesses. Now, if he wanted to call a witness at sentencing or hear someone with sentencing, that would be appropriate. But the judge doesn't call witnesses. I know these bailiffs, the one on the right, is a really funny guy, real friendly, been around a while. The shorter one. That is the female is Judge Everett's normal everyday bailiff, and they have a really good relationship. She's very sweet. So maybe somebody heard something and they're getting a note to what they heard, and the judge wants to hear what they heard and whether the jury had heard it, and maybe they may have to give a curative instruction to the jury if they believe that the jury may have heard something from a juror complain. That may be right. If a juror mentioned that they heard something, that could be what this is all about. And then the parties will go back in the room and the judge will decide, okay, do I bring this juror in and ask what they heard? And then will I have to address the entire jury? So this should be interesting to see if a juror goes back there. We probably will not know because they'll probably bring that juror through the back, so they won't have that jury identified. That helps your opinion. In my opinion, what is the most important pieces of evidence so far? Wow, that's a great question. Luis Rivera had some very important evidence to give. The girlfriend who was the bag, they call the bag lady, mentioned the stapled money. That's pretty important evidence. Meg Bonawa, important evidence. Wendy Adelson really crushed the defense. This so-called extortion theory, crushed it. It's interesting now what we're doing, because you don't know. This judge doesn't normally take breaks, but they're clearly taking a break, and they're all trying to figure out what they're going to do. The last thing the judge, and that's the court reporter, she's leaving. So we're going to have a break. Can't do anything without a court
Gallery, as you are watching the testimony, please avoid from either nodding your heads that you're agreeing with, disagreeing with, or overtly gesturing in any way that may affect the jurors. Thank you.
So that is interesting. The judge gave a direction to the court, like a curative instruction, but the court reporter was not in the courtroom. So there's no evidence on the record that the court admonished the jurors. And normally the judge does nothing until that court reporter is sitting in the chair and she's not there. I just saw her walk out. So that's interesting. So that is not going to be on the record if it goes on appeal that someone in the gallery was making comments or gestures. But it must have been significant enough that somebody saw something and said something. There have been a lot of important evidence in this case, and there's going to be more evidence in the case. The money, the timelines, the motives. I think it's going to tie up pretty nicely. The recordings that are coming in are important also. Those are very important. The relationship with Magbanua, apparently, right after the murder, him and Magbanua were having dinner and their communications were very friendly. And he was being extorted by her. Why would they have a friendly banter right after the murder? Seems implausible, this defense. So in totality, I just think it's just a lab created defense that has no fact. And here comes our court reporter, the first blonde in blue, a really super nice lady. So she's getting back. And maybe Joel said something in court. Joel, are you there? I doubt Joel would say anything in court. Probably too tired to say anything at the pace he's been working. But it's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed the questions. I've enjoyed doing this. I'm excited that Ruth Markle is going to come to my office tonight and sign books for people. If you're in Tallahassee, you're more than welcome to come by the office. Support her in this tragic 9-year episode she's going through. Chris is still on the stand. I would not want him on the stand much longer if I was the defense. It was 2 women who spoke. This somebody must be hearing something about 2 women said something in the gallery. Yeah, I opened my office up. Why wouldn't you, for this woman that went through this? And I'm glad to do it. I hope people come out. I hope it gives her whatever healing it does for her, because you don't really ever heal from something like this. Have I gotten anyone's opinion on how the case is going that's not like us and well informed of facts? I have talked to some people who, I'll tell you, it's pretty funny. Yesterday, Court TV, the booker there texted me and said everybody on Court TV said it was a mistake for Magbanua to testify. And I disagreed and I gave my reasons. And then I sent her my article I wrote in today's Democrat. If you see the Democrat, you'll see I talk about that, about the high stakes decision that Georgia made, putting her on the stand. It's pretty interesting. I guess if I wasn't injured, I wouldn't be able to be doing this. So it's fun, and I hope I'm helpful to everybody out there, seeing how it's going, what's happening. Do you have any big cases coming up? I do, but they're probably going to be continued until the first of the year due to my injury. If you go on to the Democrat online, they do an article every day, and then they have me doing I do a little article about the testimony, and I talked about cross-examination, and I talked about Magbanua, and I talked about Daniel's cross-examination. I've been doing it since the first of the trial. I did like 6 articles. It was pretty nice. I got a nice response from the editor of the paper. Said they thought my analysis was fascinating, which, I appreciate, because, journalists, they're pretty tough, and I'm not really a journalist. I did get a text message from Wendy's lawyer, John Lauro, said I'm now a journalist. So that's kind of funny. Trying to see, we want to know this question. Question for, if you have a question, yeah, get it up there and I'll try to answer it. I'd like to give you more analysis, but this witness hasn't done much or hasn't been much cross. I don't know where her book can be bought from. I'm not that into it. Maybe somebody at STS does. But let's see. Yeah, I did get. So I will say, I do know John Laura. I knew John when I was a federal prosecutor in Tampa. We're friendly. We haven't ever tried a case together, worked together. It's funny when he actually called me the other day, and then he said, "Well, you know, Tim, you try a lot more cases than I do." I took that as a compliment because John's got a very national reputation, and he's representing the former president of the United States, and he's representing Wendy, and he has high caliber cases. He really does. So and he liked my articles in the paper. So that was it's nice when a lawyer gives you kudos because they're in the same profession and they understand, and so that's nice. But what I am trying to do is break down the legal to when non-lawyers can understand it. My favorite candy is the $100,000 bar. I love that, but they're hard to find. I try to break it down so non-lawyers, lay people can understand, because everybody should understand our legal system. And there are technical things, rules of evidence that take years to understand, and there's procedures. But you know, once you break it down and tell people what's really happening, then they know, and it makes it much easier. But I would think Donna is a little nervous after Katie came in and said that I never worked there, I never cleaned anything. And there was a wonderful question earlier that I saw go by, and I wanted to answer that, and I'm trying to figure out who asked me, but it was a great question. It was like, why would the Adelsons, with all their cash, why would they have put her on payroll and leave a trail? That is a great question, a wonderful question, because if they would have paid in cash, they wouldn't have been able to show those payments going to someone who didn't work. And I don't know why they didn't pay in cash. We do know that Charlie and Magbanua broke up like 2 weeks after this so-called murder. So maybe he didn't want to see her to give her the cash. But, you know, criminals make mistakes all the time. And they always get caught with the dumbest thing. Like Ted Bundy got caught because he was a poor driver. And defendants always do stupid things that get them caught. No, they didn't plan this too well at all. Why didn't Georgia go through the money payments with Katie? Well, someone asked me that last night. Why didn't Georgia ask a certain question? And I will tell you why. Because Georgia knew what the answer was, and the answer would not have been good for Georgia. Not only is Georgia not going to ask a question she doesn't know the answer, she's not going to ask a question she knows she's going to get a bad answer. She's going to make the defense have to get that. She's very, very astute. And she's very clever in trial, very cool under pressure. And she knows what she's doing. She's a very, very good prosecutor. And she's good at her job. Very good. So we're taking a long break here. That's funny. I just got a like from the court TV in my analysis of Magbanua's testimony yesterday. And I've been on court TV, and, you know, I've seen some of the lawyers that go on court TV, And boy, when they give an analysis, sometimes I'm like wondering if they've ever tried a case. Um, I remember when the Murdoch trial was finishing, and a couple jurors or a couple lawyers said, "Oh, it's going to be a not guilty." I'm like, what trial were they watching? Um, can you dance from Thriller? No, no dancing and no laughing from me. Yesterday was a long day, and I had some people contact me by messages and said, "Go get some rest." And you know what? You were right. Uh, I went and did the show at my office with Joel and Fancy and Cooley last night, and I was hurting this morning, really was. So, gonna have to take it easy. I think that's right, Frankie Figs. Court TV's more entertainment than real legalness. I have to agree. I really do. Um, I think, I just got into the show. I don't remember how I got contacted, but I will tell you, I absolutely enjoyed. STS has some of the best legal minds, and they handle some of the biggest cases, and they come at it at a point from people who know and try cases. Um, so I've found it fascinating, riveting, and I've really enjoyed it, and that's why I'm doing this. I don't know of another podcast that as is informed as STS with the people who are that knowledgeable and experienced. So I've enjoyed meeting a lot of lawyers on this show, even though sometimes we've disagreed, but that's okay. People disagree all the time. But Joel's a hardworking guy. He's very talented. He knows how to as a host, keep it going. He knows how to make people feel important. And he does great. And I hope everybody will stay on his show. I'm just honored to be here. And I feel like I'm Meg Bono when Daniel talking, just keep talking. So I'll take a break. And then we come back. I'll give you more analysis. But keep your questions coming. I love to see if I can answer as many as I can. All right. So I've got sources inside the courtroom, and Fancy just let me know that it was a friend of mine in the courtroom who's got hearing issues, who was being admonished by the court. And that same person is a Olympic medalist in Tallahassee. So that was it, and they were told they're going to be thrown out if she makes any more comments.
Like I said.
Seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Okay, so I think where we left off, I might go back a little bit.
Okay.
Where we left off, we were talking about your slides from July 15th and how they were different than the previous slides. Can you just repeat for the jury how they're different?
Yes. The first time we looked at the calls, shorter time frame, and we looked at each individual event. For this, they were summarized. All the calls are there. They were summarized in the pictures with arrows as just the totality of contacts between certain people. So the total number of contacts and the duration of those contacts.
And those could include voicemails and missed calls, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that on the 15th, there's some communications between Charlie Adelson and the Adelson residents, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that from the text messages that there were some billing issues that Charlie was having with his mom that day? Do you recall that?
No.
Are you aware that his mom was trying to figure out about a bill with a company and what she should do with it?
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained. You may ask the question in a different way.
I'll move on from it. One moment, Your Honor. Are you aware that on that day, Mr. Adelson purchased a vehicle?
I'm not.
Are you aware anything in the text messages about partnering in a limo?
I know that there's conversation at various times about limo, but I don't recall specifically from that day.
You don't recall that that was the day when he and others closed on a limo?
No.
Now, you have a slide about a July 15th meeting between Garcia and Magbanawa.
Yes.
During this meeting, you can tell from cell site data that Mr. Adelson's about an hour north, correct?
I believe so.
Now let's talk about your slides on July 17th. The slides on July 17th, you again have no idea what Mr. Adelson is discussing with Donna Adelson, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of any communication that day.
And on the 17th, there's two communications with Miss Adelson, between Charlie and Donna, correct?
That sounds correct.
And then there's a bunch of communications between Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, correct? Several
Yes.
slides.
And I believe there's more than two between, oh, that's Wendy. Yes, I believe I see at least three on the 17th, four, if you count the one in early morning, the 18th, between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then, yes, there are a number of communications between Ms. Magbanawa and Mr. Garcia.
So we're going to get to the one early in the morning on the 18th. There's a communication early in the morning on the 18th between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. You see that, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether that communication had to do with a fight they had earlier in the day?
I don't.
and the communication with Donna Adelson that morning at 1:02 is a 0-second call, right?
Correct.
Would that be consistent with what I call a butt dial?
It could be a butt dial. It could be an unintentional dial. It's obviously a very, very short duration, was terminated very quickly.
By the way, there's a couple calls that evening between Charlie and Catherine Magbanawa. You see that, right?
Yes.
I know you said that you look primarily at days where events occurred, right?
Yes.
But it makes sense that you would also look at days when events don't occur, right?
But we did, yes.
So was it common on days when events didn't occur that Charlie Adelson would almost always speak to his girlfriend late at night?
They spoke frequently, yes.
And almost every night they spoke, correct?
I would
Before
agree with that,
bedtime,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And that would be on a regular day versus an event day, correct?
Correct.
Let's move on to July 18th. And the first document you have is a calendar entry from Wendy Adelson, and that entry is deleted, correct?
Correct.
Do you know of people who delete their calendar entries after they occur?
I'm sorry?
Let me rephrase. Do you keep a calendar?
I do.
Do you know of people who, when the event occurs, they delete it from their calendar?
Yes.
It's pretty common, right?
I don't know how common it is, but it certainly happens.
And you have a call at 8:09 in the morning from Wendy to Donna, and then a call at 8:09 in the morning from Donna to Wendy.
Yes.
Right. And then you have, well, let me ask you, were you aware that there was a Best Buy repairman coming to fix a TV that day?
Yes.
And were you aware that the warranty for that TV was in Donna and Harvey Adelson's name?
I was not.
You then have an 8:11 text where Donna is telling Wendy that Best Buy called her, meaning Donna.
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the warranty being in Donna and Harvey's name?
It could be.
So the lady in pink is the woman who caused the disruption. You can see the screen.
You then have a text from Wendy Adelson, which says, "This is so sweet." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was a picture.
Okay. Do you know what it was?
Just a text that said, "This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Now, you then have a call between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson at 9:12. That lasts for only 29 seconds. Is that consistent with not reaching the recipient of the call?
Yes.
And then you have another slide with a call at 9:19 where Wendy Adelson calls Charlie Adelson back and they speak for 18 minutes, right?
Correct.
Now, through your investigation, are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working in Jupiter that day?
I do not recall that.
Do you happen to know how far Jupiter is from Charlie Adelson's house?
It's a distance.
Okay. Would it surprise you that can be a 2-hour drive?
No.
And do you know that when he started work that day in Jupiter?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know about what was
One
taught?
moment. Bailiff, please escort out the person whose phone is ringing.
Here we go. Someone's getting booted out. Oh, it's, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I think they're going to approach. I think that's Ruth Markel. And that's the victim witness coordinator with her. So I think the judge is going to have to rethink this. I don't think she was the one causing the issue, but it's always the second person gets in trouble after the first person, but that's not right. And I think the judge is going to say something. I think they're going to let her back in. There's no way the judge is going to keep the victim's mother out unless it was a purposeful.
Conduct during the trial. If there are any more issues with phones, murmuring audibly, or anything else, you are leaving the trial. I hope I am making myself clear. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. That morning through text messages, could you tell that there was an issue between Wendy Adelson and Professor Markell regarding some swimming and the boys?
Yes.
Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about that on
I
the
do
phone?
not.
Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about the fight that he had with Katie Magdanowa the day before?
I do not.
And with all of these calls on the 18th, you have no idea what they're discussing on the phones, correct?
Correct. We don't have any recordings of those, so we don't know what was said during those communications.
By the way, there's several back-to-back calls in here between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magdanowa. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the calls are pretty short in duration, and then there's a longer one.
Yes.
Are you aware that there's cell site issues on the turnpike going to Jupiter?
I'm not.
And just so everyone's clear, when you did these graphs, in parentheses is the length of time of the call, correct?
That's correct.
So if there's a call for instance, 11 seconds, it's probably not a connection, right? Voice to voice.
It could possibly be, but more likely not. Yes.
Now, you have a call between Catherine Magdanowa and Charlie Adelson at 10:07 a.m.
Yes.
Looking at the text messages around that period of time, in the text messages, are there discussions about dinner that night?
I don't recall.
Do you recall discussions about Charlie getting dinner with a friend?
There was a conversation about that. Yes.
And do you recall discussions back and forth about whether he would get dinner with the friend or whether he would get dinner with Catherine Magdanowa?
I believe so. Yes.
And it was a bit of a exchange back and forth, correct?
I remember several messages about dinner and timing, if I recall.
I want to move on to Wendy Adelson's travel on the 18th and cell site locations, okay? And what I'd like to do, well, let's try it just verbally, but I want to do it carefully, okay? If you look at your timeline, the first document you have, and maybe you can pull it up actually, is that ABC Fine Wine and Spirits receipt.
Yes.
Doesn't this cross feel like the Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope? Daniel's swinging and Chris is just turning side
Okay,
to
and I want to be particularly,
being hit.
I'm particularly looking at times, okay?
Yes.
Times are important in this case, all right? So on that receipt, we see that Wendy Adelson bought the liquor and paid for it at 12:49 p.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if you can go to, I think it's the next page, but let's see. Perfect. You'll see that Wendy Adelson is nowhere near Trescott at 12:30, right?
Well, depending on what you mean by nowhere near,
Let me ask you this. She's here at 12:30, right?
her handset's communicating with a cell site there. So
And Trescott's all the way down here, and there her handset is communicating with another cell site, correct?
that's correct.
And you would agree, you can't see Professor Markel's house from here, correct?
I would not exclude his residence from possibly being serviced by that cell site. We actually see that Mr. Rivera's handset, also AT&T, communicates with that cell site when he was there.
So your testimony is that Wendy Adelson isn't here?
No, I would certainly not say she's at that definitive point. That's the location of the cell site that her handset is communicating with. And as we know, the cell sites have a relative coverage area. So that's not saying that she is specifically at that point.
Do you know how far the house is from ABC Liquor?
The house is very close to ABC Liquor.
Like 2 minutes away, right?
Yes.
Yeah, these locations are very close together, very close.
So is it fair to say that, let's say it took her 10 minutes to buy the alcohol that she knew what she was getting, and it's 2 minutes away? Well, let me ask you. 12:47 is how many minutes after 12:30?
17.
Now, you recall a call at 12:30, the only call, the first call between Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia? It's an
Yes.
important call in this case.
Yes, sir.
And that call happens at 12:30, correct?
Yes, sir.
12:30 is before Wendy Adelson is pinging on this cell site, right?
That's correct.
And again, you say Wendy Adelson, that cell site could be picked up from over here, right?
It could, yes.
But it could also be picked up by where the cell site is, right?
That's correct.
Do you know if there are other cell sites closer in this area?
There are not between those two, no.
There aren't.
No, sir.
This is the closest cell site to Professor Markel's house?
No, it's not the closest cell site. There are, between the two cell sites that you're referencing there are no other cell sites between those two.
Let me rephrase the question. I wasn't precise. There are closer cell sites to Professor Markel's house than this cell site here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, throughout the afternoon of July 18th, there are very few text messages between Charlie Adelson and anyone else, right?
I don't recall how many there are.
Do you recall that people are texting him and when he's getting back, he's saying, I'm in a lot of surgeries, that he had a lot of surgeries that day?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of each message.
Do you recall, though, that there are several text messages between him and his friend Mike about dinner that night, and there's one text message between him and Katie confirming that he is going to go to dinner with her that night?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, the text messages between Charlie, and anyone that day, nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Nothing that I recall, no.
Nothing that you thought were important enough during the day. I'm not talking about the night. Nothing that you thought was important enough to put on your PowerPoint, right?
Correct.
Do you recall there being one phone call with Katie in the afternoon?
Afternoon of the 18th?
The 18th, I believe it was at give or take 1:24 p.m.
I believe that's correct. If you no longer need this, I can bring it down and confirm.
Let me turn this off. And that call occurred after a text message where she said that her phone was dying.
I don't recall that specific message, but
Do you recall her texting him about asking him how work was?
yes,
And do you recall that he didn't get back to her for a while?
correct.
And do you recall that there's text messages indicating that he worked late that evening?
Yes, he indicates that he was just finishing work around 8:20, 8:23.
Now, at some point, he gets a text message from his mother, correct?
Yes,
And that is after Wendy Adelson has called Donna Adelson from the police station.
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall what the text message said?
Call us as soon as possible, ASAP.
And after that, did you see a phone call where he communicated with Donna Adelson? Had a call with Donna Adelson?
There is an outgoing call at 8:29, 7:13. So yes, there are calls between them, yes.
And there's one call that lasts a little bit longer?
Yes, there's a 6-minute and 31-second call. There's a 5-minute and 47-second call.
Okay. And after that call, are there text messages where he's telling people that he doesn't feel good? I think you showed them.
Yes,
And there's a call after that point to Katie. Is that fair to say?
there is, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about a couple. Katie texts him at 6:01 p.m. before he's spoken to his mom, right? It's on one of your sheets. I'll show you so that you
Yes, there's a couple of texts before then.
okay. And those texts are about work, right?
Correct.
Including at 6:01 before he's heard from his mom, he's about to start a big case.
Correct.
He's doing surgery.
I would assume so, yes.
And at 8:23, he texts her back. She asks if he's at work. And he texts her back and he says, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang out at my house.
Correct.
And that would be consistent that text was after he heard whatever he heard from Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Now, what you see on your map of Katie's whereabouts then is that she's a little bit all over the place, right? Meaning her phone is a little bit all over the place. It's traveling
Yes.
and it's going to different locations.
I believe that for the period of time we're talking, her handset is consistent with leaving her residence and traveling to Mr. Rivera's residence.
Do you know if her handset went to her friend Yindra's residence where she was hoping to get a babysitter last minute?
Certainly. So there was calls, communications with Yendra, and her residence is on the way to Mr. Rivera's. So there was certainly an opportunity for her to be able to stop.
And on those calls, or through your investigation, you learned that Catherine Meg Bannerwell was in a pinch because she didn't have a babysitter, right?
I believe that's correct.
And so she was scrambling to find someone who could watch her kids.
Yes.
And she needed a babysitter because she needed to go that evening to Charlie Adelson's residence, right?
I don't know if she needed to go, but it appeared to be the plan.
Well, there wasn't really Rich on. Now, you have a chart where you show Charlie Adelson leaving Jupiter. I know they're estimations, but he's driving south at around 9:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jupiter was where he was working that day?
I believe so,
me?
yes.
Okay. And you have him arriving at his house at approximately 9:40 p.m., give or take.
Yes, I believe that's the first event with location that would be consistent with his house.
And through your investigation, you know where he lives, right?
Yes.
You know that he lives in an area that is a stone's throw from the turnpike, right?
Correct.
Like, I mean, when I say a stone's throw from the turnpike, you can literally throw a stone and hit the turnpike, right?
Yes.
And you understand that when you're going to Tallahassee from Miami, the most direct route, you like routes, I know that. The most direct route is to take the turnpike, right?
It would be, yes.
And you know at that point in time, Donna and Harvey Adelson were living in Miami part-time.
Yes.
So I want to take you to these text messages between Donna and Charlie. Do you have them in front of you?
I will in just a second.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So at 8:59 p.m., Donna says outside your house.
Correct.
Now, you don't know from that text whether she's actually at his house or on the turnpike outside his house, right?
From that text message alone, no.
Okay. And no SunPass records were ever taken to show her actually getting off the turnpike to go to his house, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I can't get those records today, right?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, that text outside your house is at 8:59 p.m. How many minutes later does Charlie Adelson respond to Donna?
About 20 minutes.
So his text back is 20 minutes later, right?
Yes.
So now you're at, my math is not good, but you're at 9:19 p.m., right?
Correct.
And what does he say in his response?
10 minutes.
And you take that to mean that he's still 10 minutes away, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, by the text messages, you know that Donna and Harvey Adelson arrived in Orlando at around 1:11 a.m., correct?
I believe that's correct.
Did you do that same analysis that you did with Wendy's route as to whether they could have gotten to Orlando at that time had they waited at Charlie's house for 30 minutes and then dropped off money and done whatever else the state says that they did with him?
In looking at their cell site locations very briefly, it is consistent with them traveling at least by his residence and not knowing how long or how lengthy of a stop it would have been with the cell sites and the general locations. I certainly could not exclude them having stopped. If it were 5 minutes, then it doesn't make that drive. Obviously, they did reach Orlando when they did. 5 minutes one way or the other I could not deduce that from the cell site records.
But it's not 5 minutes. It's 20 minutes plus 10 minutes.
Correct.
Plus whatever amount of time they would have stopped.
Correct.
your testimony is that if they left Charlie Adelson's house at 9:30, they only stopped for 1 minute. Your testimony is that they could have made it to Orlando by 1:11?
I did not analyze the amount of time that travel for that. I certainly can. And again, not by communication, but by cell site location. I certainly could.
The cell site location doesn't show them at Charlie's house, right?
No.
By the way, do you remember what the weather was like that day?
I do not.
Let's go to July 19th. Now, you did some analysis regarding the money drop and who was at different locations during the money drop, right?
Yes,
Charlie Adelson was nowhere near that location, right?
that's correct.
In fact, during your investigation, you can see that Charlie Adelson didn't leave his house for 24 hours, almost 24 hours, right?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, during your investigation, you can see text messages where people were trying to go out with Charlie that day, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he was refusing, right?
Correct.
He was telling people that he was taking naps and didn't feel well. Do you remember that?
Yes.
By the way, during your investigation, are you aware that within 3 weeks, Charlie Adelson spent $3,000 of his money buying camera equipment for his house?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you see that in the text messages?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that in the text messages? Anywhere in the text messages?
I don't.
Now, you brought up a series of text messages between Charlie and Catherine Magbanawa the next day regarding the weather outside.
Correct.
You have no context for those text messages, right? You don't know what those text messages are about, right?
Only by their content.
Now, the government put in a whole host of text messages through you, right?
Yes.
Do you recall text messages between Charlie and his mom when they were leaving Tallahassee
On which day?
on the 21st?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what those text messages said?
I do not. Again, I can certainly look at them.
Can you look at text messages on 7/21 at around 12 o'clock p.m.? And then again at 12:18 p.m.?
I'm sorry, on the 21st?
Yes. Would you like me to approach with them? Will that help you?
You can, I'll confirm. Are you referring to the we all do, we just have to be strong?
That's on the.
This is a example of how not to conduct a
And then
cross-examination, how to lose a jury in 1 hour and 25 minutes.
Yes.
And then this one right here.
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson indicate to his mom in these text messages his feelings about what had happened?
There is a message that says, I feel so bad for them.
Did Donna Adelson respond to Charlie about how the family had to be in response?
She did.
Did she say what Wendy needed?
Her message is that we just have to be strong and supportive. They need family right now. Just got in car now.
Just what?
Got in car now.
Those text messages weren't in your PowerPoint, right?
They were not.
Now, there are a bunch of texts that were included after July 18 between Charlie and Katie showing that they had a nice relationship. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any idea the context of any of those texts, why Charlie was being nice to Katie?
I only have the content of the messages themselves.
Fair enough. The state also showed you a bunch of texts related to Wendy Adelson's divorce. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And during those texts, you can see that Donna Adelson in particular is upset.
Yes.
At least that's what the messages say.
Correct.
Are most of the messages initiated by Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson?
I believe most by Donna.
There's a text on March 4th, 2014 in your PowerPoint where Donna says 37 miles to Gainesville. I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. First of all, did Charlie Adelson erase the text?
Most of his text messages, that's difficult to determine from the iCloud return, whether they've been deleted or not.
This text you can tell was not deleted, correct?
I would have to review that real quick.
I'll move on. It's okay. Are you aware that Donna Adelson was with Harvey Adelson on their way to back from Tallahassee?
I would deduce that based on the content of the messages.
Okay. And are you aware that they were throwing a surprise party for Harvey Adelson?
I know they were throwing a party.
Well, have you seen the invitation in your investigation where it's a surprise party?
I have not.
Could this text be about the surprise party?
It could. Sorry.
Please wait for the objection to be ruled on, Sergeant.
Apologies.
Well, the next text, we don't have to speculate. Donna says, we'll stop in 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. Who would be in the car with Donna?
Harvey.
And by the way, this is 1 month or so before the text we talked about earlier where Charlie's getting a caterer for paella for the birthday.
I believe so, yes.
And by the way, that text regarding the caterer, that's on June 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
In your PowerPoint, you don't have that text, but you have a text on June 7th, the very next day.
Yes.
And Charlie says, have fun still working on Dad's birthday present.
Correct.
That's 1 day after he talked to his mom about the caterer, correct?
Yes.
There's no mention about a murder on this text, right?
That's correct.
There's no mention the day before about a murder, right?
That's correct.
There's mention about a caterer the day before.
There is.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor, to set this up.
Take your time.
The question was, is he making any points? If he made any really good points, they were lost in all the bad points and the mundane questions. If he would have made just the simple points, the 5 or 10 points, it would have been much more effective. asking this witness to speculate what the conversation was. Clearly not admissible. He wouldn't know. He was just trying to get his own testimony in that he knows he can't get in any other way other than Charlie. I think he lost the jury. Even if he had good points, I think they vanished.
Oh, sorry.
Please shut that down.
So you've gone through all the call records that you provided in this case, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And so you're familiar with patterns of calls on days other than the days that you provided in your PowerPoint, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move in demonstrative exhibit B at this point in time.
Any objection from the state?
Yes, sir. I think that the witness would need to be able to say that this is accurate compared to the records in the case.
Mr. Rashbaum, please show the exhibit to the witness so that way he can verify the accuracy.
So what they're arguing is they lack a foundation to admit it into evidence. They have to have a witness testify that that document and the contents of that document are accurate based on his review, and otherwise it won't come in. You got a smart witness there. I doubt he's going to authenticate it. He just said, I can't tell you whether that's correct. It should be interesting to see what Chris does, but he has to lay the foundation, and we'll see if he can do it. He's going to show it to him now, and he's going to have to say, does this look authentic from what the records you looked at? And we'll see what he says.
Just May 2nd.
Okay. If this was the document provided previously, I have had a very limited amount of time to look at it. There are some things, I've made a few notes. There are some, inconsistencies with it that I could probably talk about some of, but I have not had a chance to review the entire thing, and it would take some time.
Judge, maybe we go sidebar?
That's exactly what I thought Chris would do. He was hoping for a favorable witness to a seasoned law enforcement officer who was going to basically say, I can't authenticate it. I need time to review it. And so now he knows there's not going to be time. So now he knows it's not going to be admitted. And Rashbaum is going to go to the judge and beg the judge, Judge, I need this in. He's not being truthful. This is authentic. They know it. Oh, and Ruth is back, thankfully. With victim witness coordinator is back also. So what happened with that was someone else's phone rang twice. The lady in pink's phone rang twice. And Joel's right in the middle of it, him and Steve. And then the third phone was Ruth's. So, of course, the third person is Ruth, and she got penalized. So you have a retired cardiologist right behind Steve, friend of mine. There's Joel, there's Steve, fancy fiction's in the courtroom, and Ruth is back. So I don't think he's going to get this in. I think the objection's going to be sustained, and we'll see what happens. Twyla Olson, thank you for the $5 sticker. And interesting that a lot of the comments stop. Where's the climax? I don't know if there's going to be a climax to this cross-examination. It's certainly long. And I think the judge is going to tell him, listen, you don't have the foundation. If you don't have the foundation to authenticate this document, it's not coming before this jury. You're a trial lawyer. If you want it authenticated, get a witness who can authenticate it. I didn't think Chris Corbitt was going to help the defense and take that shot. Not unusual. Things happen in trial, and you think you're going to get something in, and then you realize, oh boy, this witness is not cooperating. What a surprise. Asking a witness something and not knowing the answer and getting stung. I knew this was going to happen eventually. This is too good a witness. and you got to get him off the stand. No matter how many points you're trying to make, he's going to zing you. So we'll see. But I'll try to. Most of the questions were more comments than it was questions. Ruth is back in. That's nice. Nice to hear Joel, and Steve, and Mr. Markel. I can tell you one thing. What really is happening is Daniel's being worn down. When you're standing up there asking these questions for this long period of time, he's completely worn down. And I'm curious to see how he does in the afternoon.
Any additional issues as to the accuracy of any one graph we'll address separately. Go ahead.
Okay. So you looked at call records for May 2nd, 2014,
Yes, sir.
and this was a non-event day, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Not an event that you were told by the state to look at, right?
Correct.
And it's one of the first days of records that we have in this case, right?
Correct.
And these are the subjects that you were looking at for the event days that you looked at with the state, right?
Yes.
And you have a call from Charlie to Katie at 12 in the morning that day, right? 16-minute call.
That's correct.
And you have another call at 12:19 for 3 minutes and 45 seconds,
Correct.
pretty much directly after each other, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo Garcia at 6:42 in the morning for 36 minutes.
That's correct.
And then you have a call at 7:18 in the morning between Katie and Sigfredo, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo at 8:36 in the morning, right?
No.
I'll
That's
move on.
actually,
I'll move on from that one.
it's a text
Witness
message.
is permitted to explain. Go ahead,
Fair
sir.
enough.
That is a text message from her records that's reported in Central Time. So
Fair enough. Text message, not a call.
at 9:36. Yes.
Then you have a call from Harvey to Donna at 8:52 in the morning.
That's correct.
Then you have a call from Donna to Harvey at 9:10 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have a call from Charlie to Donna at 9:25 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have Katie calls Sigfredo 3 times, 9:32 to 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Katie, 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Donna, 9:35 a.m.
Correct.
Then Katie texts Sigfredo, 9:36 a.m.
Correct.
Then Katie calls Charlie twice.
I don't show both of those calls, but there's at least one. Yes.
Please move on.
Then Charlie calls Katie twice.
I show one at 9:40, a return call at 9:43. Yes, there is the outgoing at 9:44. Yes.
Oops. Then Charlie texts Katie at 10:19.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Katie texts Charlie at 10:42.
I believe that's correct.
Harvey calls Donna at 11:04.
That's correct.
Donna texts Harvey 3 times between 12:29 and 1:23.
That's correct.
Donna calls Harvey at 1:27.
Correct.
Sigfredo calls Katie at 1:45.
I do not show that call.
I'll move on. Harvey calls Donna at 3:20.
At 153?
Yes.
Yes, at
I'm
153.
sorry. At 1:53. I apologize. Wendy texts Charlie at 2:33.
Yes.
And this goes on, right? You've seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Sigfredo calls Katie twice at 11:51 and 12:29 in the morning. It's the last activity of the day.
I do not show those on. You still on the second?
It bleeds over to the next day. That's okay. We'll move on. And if we go to May 7th, another random day, you had a chance to look through it. Similar phone activity, right?
There is, yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Looks like he might be wrapping up. He's asking his co-counsel if he's gotten all the points he needs out. Is there anything we left? And we'll
If
see.
you had the records in January, February, or March, you don't know if those patterns would be any different, right?
I do not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, he did wrap up.
Redirect.
This will hopefully be really short. It should be short. And I think she'll have a few questions to diffuse any confusion that Rajpal may have had for the jury. And the jury will appreciate it.
When defense first began asking you questions, they talked about duplication. In the presentation that you showed the jury yesterday, have all of the duplicates been taken out of that presentation?
Yes. For all the call summaries, went and looked at each call and looked at the recipient's records to see if there was indications of voicemail, routing, and did my best effort to remove anything that was not an individual completed actual communication.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not seeing twice of every single event in your presentation.
The only place there would be duplicates would be like in a frequency report or when things were tallied, because those are across, thousands of records. So in those, the duplicates may be there, but in frequencies, we're kind of looking at relevance, and those duplicates duplicate themselves across all the callers. But in any of the summaries or any of the individual call patterns, we are looking at just individual events.
And when you say summaries and call patterns, you mean those flurries where we show the data from the records followed by kind of like the talking heads with the arrows?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. The July 2nd message where we made a mistake and there was the Catherine McBanwell was the one that was calling Sigfredo an effing pussy. Okay.
Yes.
That was her saying that, not Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. Were you trying to put some of these messages into the presentation this weekend while working some 12-hour shifts?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, but in that message, is Catherine McBanwell letting Charlie Adelson know that Garcia is this scary, violent man?
It would not seem that.
She's calling him a P word.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Or telling Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia is one.
Correct.
Okay. And she's also saying that his actions, Garcia's actions, are childish.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear for the car rental in June, when Sigfredo Garcia rented that silver Nissan sedan, we have no indications that Charlie Adelson was physically there at the rental location or anything like that, right?
We do not.
Okay. What your testimony was that Catherine McBanoa was on the phone with Charlie Adelson while she was consistent with being at Comfort Rental. And then they had that 25-minute call on her way home from Comfort Rental.
That's correct.
Okay. Just in general, when a person calls a landline, is that a suspicious thing?
It is not.
Okay. Is the reason that this Charlie Adelson's calls to his parents' landline, did that stand out to investigators because Charlie Adelson was the person on the wiretaps talking about calling people back to a landline or on a landline?
That's correct.
The July 6th text message between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markell, you said it's normal for co-parents to text about children and visitation schedules. You would expect that, right?
I would, yes.
Is the reason that that message in particular stood out to investigators, is that because of the date range Wendy Adelson referenced in that text message?
That's correct.
And the date range that she referenced, was that the week of Dan Markell's murder, the 14th through the 18th?
It was, yes.
And during that date range, the 15th you said was when the Prius was rented?
Correct.
The 16th you said was the travel to Tallahassee?
Yes.
You said the 17th was the surveillance of Dan Markell?
Yes.
And the 18th was the murder?
Correct.
Defense asked you, this Prius, it was green, right? You know, it wasn't silver. Was the actual color of the Toyota Prius silver pine mica?
I believe that's correct. I referenced it as a metallic mint green.
Okay. And this was a 4-door sedan?
Yes.
We saw both in your presentation with the state and when defense had an opportunity to ask you questions, Wendy's cell site locations when she's on the phone on the day of the murder from her home down to ABC Liquors. Those circles that were on the screen, those are the cell site locations that she's communicating with, right? Not her locations.
Absolutely. I hope that's clear. Those are the locations of the cell towers that her handset is wirelessly communicating with.
And that cell site that she's communicating with at 12:35 when she's on her way to the liquor store, that cell site services the area of Trescott Drive.
It could, yes.
Okay. And so does when she's down on her way a little south of there to the liquor store. That cell site services that area.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that her cell site locations, investigators looked at those, was based on Officer Brannon reporting seeing a vehicle much like hers come up to the crime scene around that hour of day on the day of the murder.
Correct.
Based on the data, could her cell site location be consistent with her going up to the roadblock as Officer Brannon described?
It could, yes.
Defense asked you about, there was also a message in all of the defendant's iCloud where, and he showed you the message, his mother, Donna Adelson, wanted him to send her info, as in like the name or number of a caterer.
Yes,
Okay. Now, in that message that the defense showed you, she said the word caterer, right? Not birthday gift or birthday present.
correct.
And did that text message say to erase it after he reads it?
It did, yes.
I'm sorry, the caterer message that the defense showed you just now?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the caterer message that the defense showed you today.
And you're asking if that's the one that had the delete?
Right.
It did not.
Okay. So she says, can you send me the name, the info for a caterer? And then it didn't say delete this after reading or anything like that.
That's correct.
And it didn't say anything about a birthday gift or a birthday present in that message?
In that message, no.
Okay. In the messages that we showed the jury yesterday from March 4th, she says delete this after reading when she says she wants to make a private call to him when she gets to Gainesville when she's in the bathroom. That's the one that says delete after reading?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the follow-up message a few minutes later, she says it's about Dad's birthday gift.
Yes.
And then in June, 3 months later, after the June trip to Tallahassee by the shooters, he says he's still working on the birthday gift for Dad. And she says, I know you'll come through for me.
That's correct.
Okay. And did they talk about a birthday gift in that exchange or a birthday present? Or do they talk about a caterer?
Present.
On July 18th, the day of Dan Markel's murder, does Charlie Adelson's statement that he's not feeling well, that text comes after a call with Donna Adelson, but does it come before Catherine McBanwell comes to his house that night?
It does, yes.
That same night on July 18th, in the message from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, does she say she's outside his house?
It says outside your house, yes.
Okay. Does it say I'm on the turnpike near your house?
It does not.
When she says she's outside his house, I mean, I guess we don't know how long she stayed, whether she.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Hey, Ms. Dugan, if you can clean up the foundation on this issue.
From the messages alone, do we know how long she stayed there?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled. She's going to lay the foundation.
We do not.
Okay. From the messages alone, do we know if she left something in his house for him?
We do not.
All we know is she said she's outside his house and he says 10 minutes.
Correct.
So in the presentation yesterday, we showed the communication between the parties, meaning the heads and the arrows, on days that we know are significant days in this investigation, right? Days.
Correct.
Okay. Defense showed you some communication, they say, on random days, May 2nd and May 7th, I believe it was. I want to look at just briefly the divorce file in this case. All right, so the divorce file in this case is already in evidence. I want to show you a couple of things from that divorce file that were going on during that time, around the time of the beginning of May.
So Sarah is very methodical, very nice woman. And you may not know it, but she has 3 young children at home. So we all know what a toll that takes on people.
Right.
So
Now,
it's
this
good lawyer.
document, does this appear to have been filed toward the end of April 24th, 2014?
Yes,
Okay. And this says former husband, would that be Dan Markel?
yes,
Former husband, second request to produce to former wife?
yes,
Okay. And Dan Markel is requesting Wendy Adelson to produce for inspection and copy the following documents. And then if you go over to page 4, here are his requests. And he wants her employment contract, her pay stubs, showing all her income earned, her checking account statements, her income tax returns, her TIAA CREF retirement account information, any information about removing funds from Schwab accounts, a detailed list of all of the items, marital items she may have taken from the home. That was his request in April of 2014, April 24th,
yes,
okay? And then on May 2nd of 2014, that would have been the first day of messages that the defense showed today, right?
yes,
Or not messages, communication back and forth.
yes,
Okay. On May 2nd, 2014, on this day, Dan Markel is moving to compel Wendy Adelson. So he's asking the court to basically force or order Wendy Adelson to respond to that motion, to his second request to produce. That motion that was filed on April 24th.
correct.
Okay. Also on May 2nd, 2014, does it appear that Wendy Adelson was informed that a hearing was set on Dan Markel's motion to compel?
Yes,
Okay, and the hearing was set on the 2nd, and the hearing was supposed to be though on, it appears to be May 6th.
correct.
Okay, on May 5th, Dan Markel files a memorandum of authorities to enforce the marital settlement agreement and motions for sanctions. Is that right?
Yes,
I'm just gonna try to get through this. Looks like a pretty lengthy motion. Is that fair to say?
yes,
All right, so on May 7th, after that motion is filed by Dan Markel, on May 7th, 2014, does Wendy Adelson's attorney then motion the court to be able to withdraw as her counsel?
yes,
Okay, so on May 7th, that was the second day of communication that the defense showed today.
correct.
her attorney is trying to now withdraw from her case.
Correct.
So on both May 2nd and May 7th, there were, even though there wasn't a trip to Tallahassee at that time by the shooters, there were significant events going on in the divorce in this case. Doesn't it seem so?
It does, yes.
All right. And those days, May 2nd and May 7th, they were days before these June and July trips to Tallahassee where the shooters drove up to kill Dan Markel.
Correct.
So, I mean, could these have been days where there was some discussion about the plan to kill Dan Markel?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation and speculation.
Sustained as a speculation, member of foundation.
Okay, I'll move on.
So Sarah tried to slip in one, and it was a proper objection.
129.
But she's doing a great job showing what was happening on those dates that Rashbaum was trying to say nothing was happening, no events. So she's bringing up events that could have caused the communication, which are relevant to this case. It goes to the motive and why they're communicating. It leads up to the birthday gift, which we know now. We think the birthday gift is the murder of Dan Markel. So these points are being made. They're quick, and they're not boring the jury. And they got documents already in evidence. They have a favorable witness. So they're counterpunching. So now we have a sidebar. Curious to see what that is. Charlie doesn't look too interested in all this. In fact, he looks a little tired. Looks like he wants to go back to jail cell 3B, take a nap. The question is, is there evidence against Donna? Certainly there's going to be more evidence against Donna. The whole payment, when Katie Magbanua said she wasn't working there, now we know for sure. We know for 100% that Donna does the payroll, does the money, and she was letting these checks go to Katie Magbanua. Why was she doing that? She had to know about it. If it wasn't extortion, why didn't they call the police? Why didn't they notify anybody? So someone else asked, could Daniel be purposely being ineffective? No lawyer purposely tries to be ineffective. In fact, the worst thing you can do is when you get a claim later on that your client says you were ineffective, another lawyer files a brief saying you were ineffective, and then you might have to go testify about your representation. No lawyer wants that. It's not a good thing. In this case, it will happen unless he gets acquitted. Will he go to Stark? He won't go to Stark, I don't believe, but he'll go to some really bad place. He'll do intake somewhere up in North Florida, probably. Looks like they are taking a break for the day. A recess, maybe?
Everyone can be seated. Sergeant, if you need to take a break, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rashbaum, does your client need to use the restroom?
No.
No way. We'll be in recess until 11:30.
Oh, a 9-minute restroom break. Not very much for the jurors and the audience and the witnesses, but that's good. Well, 10 minutes. I'm looking, my clock is wrong. So I'll try to answer questions right now. If you could just see, you can see the difference in the presentation between what, how Sarah was making her points with the jury. She was including documents. She was showing documents. At one point, Daniel did show some documents, which is always helpful to a jury. They just don't want to hear the talking back and forth. You show them something visually, they can look at it and they get more interested. That's always more effective. I thought Sarah made her quick points, which I thought she would, clean up a couple issues and then sit down. I don't know if she's done with this witness or they're just taking the break. But Sarah has a great demeanor. She's a very nice lady. I don't know who the next witness will be. Wendy Adelson said she did immigration. That's what she said when she testified. She was an immigration lawyer. I know two of the immigration lawyers in town, but I've never heard of her name listed as an immigration lawyer. I don't believe she's a trial lawyer, especially if she didn't know what contempt was. Any lawyer that goes into court knows what contempt is. Is there evidence against Harvey? I don't know. It seems like the family was so tied together with the money going in and out, moving money for the accounts. You got to think, but I don't know if they have enough for Harvey. Do you know the court's up there? Do you know the court's up there? State going after Donna or Wendy? I think the next person might be Donna. I think the state's going to wait and see if they get a conviction here. They might hope and so what happens is if they get a conviction here or if they don't get a conviction, then the state attorney usually finds out from the juror what the numbers were. Sometimes jurors will talk to the state attorney. They can do that if they want. And it might be at that point that Georgia and Sarah say, well, what do you think of the credibility of Katie? What do you think of this? And get a feedback. And if they get a good feedback, they may feel comfortable going against Donna. So that's something that could happen in the future. I know it happens because my friend was on the jury and McDonald trial. And I arranged it, and he met with both Georgia and Sarah and discussed his thoughts about the trial and the credibility and stuff. So that happens. It could happen, and it could be enough if there's a guilty verdict here that they may charge Donna or someone else. Any chance Garcia will be a witness? I don't think so. I think Sigfredo would have testified already if he was going to be called. You're talking about the guy that actually pulled the trigger now. So Magbono was just a conduit and the money person. Going to the next step of calling the person that actually pulled the trigger might be too much for the government, and the jury may not like that. And I don't think that'll happen. Waiting to this trial to convene a grand jury for Donna. They can certainly convene a grand jury after this trial. For Donna, there's no statute of limitations on murder, conspiracy to commit murder. Wendy's another question. It could be that they have enough that they buffered Wendy enough that she has a defense that I didn't know what they were doing. We shall see. I think every day gives new light. Every day gives new evidence, and maybe something will turn up that allows them to feel comfortable bringing these charges. Did they tie the money from Donna to Charlie during a drop-off completely? I don't know, but it seemed like there was testimony from Katie that his parents had just left when she got there to get the money. I don't know. It's a piece of the puzzle, but it may not be enough. Do I think this was more difficult because of Willie Meggs? Personally, I think that is a true question, and that's based on information I had from investigator Isom. Mr. Meggs kind of interfered and delayed and caused some time delay that really hurt the investigation in the early stages. So yeah, I think that's true. I think Willie did hinder some of this investigation early on. Will they currently travel? No, I don't believe. No, unless you are charged with a crime, you have no travel restrictions. They can go to the Bahamas. They can go to wherever they want since they've not been charged. Does the state need to wait until trial is over to convene? No. They don't need to wait till the trial is over, but I would think that Georgia is going to be the one in the grand jury. So I don't think it's going to happen while she's in the middle of this trial. And the grand jury meets a certain time of the month. So they could convene a special grand jury. But like I said, I think they want to wait and see what happens here. This is going to be an important trial. Yeah, Meggs was really reluctant to charge the Adelsons, any of the Adelsons. He was reluctant to cut a deal with Sigfredo. He just wanted him to take a slow approach and interview Sigfredo, and that set off everybody to get lawyers. What do you think the first question to Charlie be if he takes a stand? The question from who? The question from his lawyer or the question from the Georgia Cattleman? I'm sure his lawyer is going to say, were you involved in the murder of your ex-brother-in-law? He'll say no. Which kind of extortion plot do you give checks to in advance, even when Detective FBI in your office about the extortion employment, you couldn't report her? I think we all, common sense people, don't believe this extortion theory. That was 9 years in the making, that it was against her and her family, which would include Wendy. And then the family would know who killed her husband, didn't tell anybody, and then would allow Wendy and her kids to move closer to where the murderers live. That's just fancy, and it's a fiction. And I just don't think it's going to sell. And if you can't sell it, I couldn't sell it. I don't think a jury's going to buy it. I don't think there are going to be any deals to any Adelsons in this case. I don't think Charlie's going to be given a deal. I don't think Donna's going to be given a deal. I don't think Harvey's going to be giving a deal. They're either going to be charged or they're not. Does Georgia and the state attorney want to move forward with Donna? And that's a good question. That's a big question. And we'll see. They made a decision to put Magbanua on the stand, and they're going to determine whether that was a good or bad decision based on the verdict in this case. You can guess and you can bet that the defense is going to spend most of their time in closing talking about Magbanua and how she's a liar and how the government had to put her up there to fill up their puzzle. The puzzle didn't fit. They brought in Magbanua. We haven't heard much about his puzzle lately, but we'll see. I'm sure he's going to use Magbanua as his linchpin for his defense and then call Charlie to fill in the gaps. That's what I think he's doing. It's not clear. And if it's not clear to me and you, it's probably really not clear to the jury. So I think the state's doing a good job. They see where he's going and they're making their points and they're trying to undermine them. And I think they changed their strategy in the middle of the trial. I know Magbanua was not going to be called, but they brought her in, and I think it was effective. I don't see an acquittal, but we'll have to see how Charlie does on the stand. You know, most defendants get up there and they think they can talk their way out of it. And he does think he's smart. If anybody's heard the Dolce Vita tape, he's got an arrogance to him, thinks he's smarter than the police, thinks he knows the rules of evidence. And we'll see what he does when he gets on that witness stand in front of his jury and is cross-examined. Do you think after all this, Katie will get any relief? I think the best Katie will get is that she might be relocated to a location closer to her family or to a facility that's a little more favorable. That's what I believe.
Hey, Tim, it's the COE. Just wanted to say hi and thank you. STS Nation, let's all thank Timothy Jansen for being so amazing the last 2 days. He really has been a phenomenal guest host for us. I also want to take the time right now to thank all of our mods who have worked crazy 10, 12-hour days doing this. And of course, everyone at STS Nation, thank you for all of the super chats, the comments, the questions. If we're a little late getting to it, we apologize. Obviously, we're all multitasking throughout these long days. And for anyone watching, if you're wondering why Joel isn't here, it's because he is physically at the courthouse. So you can catch him every now and then on camera. And that's why we have Tim Jansen here filling in, who is doing a phenomenal job. All right.
Thank you. I'm trying to hold the standard of Joel and STS.
You're doing a great job, Tim.
Thanks. So I'm going to try to keep answering questions till our 10-minute bathroom break is over. And I guess this judge is pretty harsh on time. He kept until 6 p.m. last night. Starts at 8:45. So it was interesting about the people getting kicked out. My friend was in there and she just texted me that she had to leave because she didn't want to be a part of people getting kicked out. And Tallahassee's a really small community. And you live here long enough, you know everybody. I haven't been to the jury, but I guarantee if I walked in the courtroom, I'll bet I know at least 2 of the jurors. That's kind of how small Tallahassee is. Has Charlie taken this been confirmed? Well, think about what the opening was. So the opening, he said the puzzle, he said the context. These are out of context. These recordings are out of context. And we're gonna give you context. Well, who can give you context? He didn't ask Katie Magbanua, so the only other person on that communication was Charlie. So he pretty much said Charlie's going to come in and give you context. If he doesn't, then his defense is going to be really flat. Would you have taken this case to represent Charlie if you were? That's a tough decision. I can tell you right now, I am glad I'm not sitting in that courtroom representing Charlie. I don't believe in the way the jury selection was done. I would have not participated in that. If I was co-counsel, I would have required the other counsel pick the jury. I would not let a jury consultant pick the jury and then leave. Absolutely not. You defeat the whole purpose of the voir dire, is to build a relationship with the jury so they'll trust you when you argue and you do cross-examination and then you're closing arguments. That was a big, big mistake. And I think they spent a lot of money on that. It's crazy. It's just crazy. All the experienced lawyers I've talked to never heard of such a thing. Having a jury consultant from New York City come in and ask questions and then that whole team leave. That's just absolutely crazy. But maybe times change. I don't know. I've only been doing this for 37 years and have done hundreds of trials. So I've never seen it. That's the first I've ever seen it. And we'll see how this plays out. I know Daniel's going to be tired. He's got to be tired now. I'm tired sitting here. And I can tell you, when you're on your feet and you're on your feet for 3 or 4 hours, cross-examining, asking questions, it's stressful. It wears you out. By 5 or 6 o'clock, I can tell you, your brain is fried. That's why you need co-counsel, someone else to take over for other witnesses. I've been there, I've done it, and I know. And I'm a little older than Daniel, but I'm still telling you, it's stressful. A single lawyer handling this case is overwhelming. And we'll see how he does, because if Charlie takes the stand, he's going to have to do the question. That's going to be so stressful.
We still have a dispute as
So,
to the exhibit.
all right, we'll see what happens.
Judge, we have no objection as to the exhibit.
Very well, please bring in the jurors. Once we finish with the sergeant, are you going to be able to complete Jimenez and Bronstein this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we know who our next witnesses, Jimenez and Bronstein.
Oh, Judge, before you bring the jury in on Jimenez and Bronstein, I would request your honor to ask the media not to show their faces. They are still engaged in undercover operations.
Okay.
Very well. For both Court TV and anyone else who's reporting on this matter, if you please could not take any images of the law enforcement officers. As Kappelman, I assume they are law enforcement of some sort.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They're law enforcement officers.
Yes, sir, they're FBI.
Please do not broadcast or disseminate any images or identifiers as to the undercover officers.
And
Judge,
I've
that
had,
includes Jimenez, Bronstein, and also Special Agent Kendall, who will be there's a witness in between, but those three witnesses we'd ask.
All right, three are in the courtroom.
so this is these are the key witnesses. These are the undercovers. And I've had trial. No, these are special FBI agents. So they go around the country and do undercover work. And they're not from here. They do strictly undercover work. That's what they're trained to do. I've had federal cases with them recently, and they are usually allowed to testify under a fake name. That's interesting. And they usually come in a side
Again,
door.
you may continue with the examination.
Any images of
Sergeant Corbitt.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
You have something to say, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Just a brief recross, Your Honor.
I usually do not permit recross, as it's
Usually
literally
not.
going to be one question.
I was hoping for 3 questions.
Let's get it on down to one.
You
All
don't
right.
get
Recross
don't
as
usually
to
get
the
recross.
most important question that you need to.
May I have one moment with Ms. Myers to figure out which one I want to use?
Go ahead.
God, it's getting painful. Making my ribs hurt. You don't usually get recross. I'm surprised the judge is doing this. But now he's getting one question. This should be a doozy. But the undercover FBI agents, it's really fascinating. The case I had, they were the best in the whole United States. And it was a public corruption case. And they wouldn't even give us his real name. And so I got the real name, but I couldn't disclose it to anybody so we could do background check. And that's special orders. So we'll see what he says.
One equals one. Keep that in mind, please. Go ahead.
12:31. Ms. Adelson's phone hits this cell tower, right?
That's correct.
We can agree that that's pretty far from Truscott, right?
It is, yes.
No further questions.
On the mark. Sergeant, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Please call your next witness.
State House Oscar Jimenez.
So now we're not going to be able to see the undercover. You'll probably only get to see the Great Seal of the state of Florida. These people are going to be setting up the bump, and then they'll be setting up the person that went into the restaurant and sat there and had the recordings. So this is key, pretty important information, very important to the trial. Jurors going to really like this because when they give their background check and they're going to say that I do undercover for the FBI, they're probably agents, been with them like 20, 25 years. These aren't typical special agents. The regular FBI agents, these are the ones that have to go to special schools. They do undercover work. They usually don't have a gun or a badge on them, and they put themselves in really dangerous situations. They'll have what's called a local FBI agent that they call in case something happens. It's pretty fascinating work what they can do. Their ability to tape record is second to none. It's pretty interesting. The last trial I had was really
back in
interesting stuff.
2016.
Special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Were you employed in any undercover operations during your time with the FBI?
Man, numerous.
And were you involved in an undercover operation related to this case that occurred on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Can you explain what that operation was?
My role in that operation, I was portraying a Latin King gang member, and I was instructed to conduct a bump.
All right, what's a bump?
Well, a bump is an investigative tool used by law enforcement where you would have either an agent or an officer working in an undercover capacity to have a face-to-face contact with either a person of interest or a subject in an investigation. And what you would look to do in a bump is either to extract information from that individual or give them information or possibly set up future meetings with that individual, or in some cases tickle or stimulate a wire or a phone tap.
And was that the case here, that the bump was designed to generate chatter or conversation on a wiretap?
It was, yes.
All right. And when you say you were posing as a Latin King gang member, did you announce yourself as a Latin King gang member to the person you approached?
I did not.
Okay. So you're just, that's the role.
That was my
You're
role.
in character.
That is correct.
Okay. And who did you approach and where was this done? Tell us what happened.
So I was instructed to do the bump or do the contact with Mrs. Donald Adelson, and this was in the Miami area.
All right. And was it right out in front of her residence there, the Icon, like in South Beach?
I believe it was outside her residence in that general area.
Even
What
Charlie's
did you do
fascinated
when you
with this
approached Ms.
witness.
Adelson?
I guarantee you
Well,
the
my
jurors
instructions were
all
to approach
looking
her
at the witness.
and engage her in some type of conversation and to hand a flyer or a piece of paper to her.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State 78 and ask if you recognize 78.
I guarantee you every juror is sitting up there watching this.
Yes, I do.
Is State 78 consistent or fair and accurate copy of the flyer that you handed Donna Adelson?
It is.
Move into evidence, State 78.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 78 is moved.
May I publish?
You may.
Do we have 78? Let me just do this. All right, so we've got, this is just a news article related to the murder of Dan Markell. And what's the purpose of this written over here, cell text?
So the cell number right there is my undercover covert phone number, and the $5,000 was what was expected to be received from Mrs. Donna Adelson.
Okay, so you hand her this piece of paper, and her instructions are to call this number, you want $5,000.
That is correct.
The gist of it?
Pretty much, yes.
Was the interaction that you had with Donna Adelson recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both audio and video.
All right, and is that something you're wearing or something that's done by a remote team of officers or both?
Both. I had a body recorder, audio and video, and it was also conducted by surveillance and security teams.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as 105.
This is really fascinating stuff that they
Have
do.
you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 105, which is the side-by-side of the image of what the camera captured that you were wearing, as well as the one from across the street?
I have.
All right, and that's got video and audio on it.
That is correct.
Does it fairly and accurately capture the interaction between yourself and Donna Adelson during the bump?
It does.
All right, move into evidence, State's Exhibit 105.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 105 is admitted.
And once this was concluded, did you maintain the cell phone that had that number ending in 6570 on your person and continue to be available to answer it if somebody called?
To the best, the phone I maintained the phone, and because I was doing other casework, I would, be available the best I could be.
Okay, so you have the phone with you, but you're not going to answer it if you're at your kid's school or on another operation. I mean, there's situations which might require you not to answer it.
That is correct.
Okay. As part of this operation, did you at some point make a phone call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right. And was that in the same undercover capacity as this gang member?
Yes.
Okay. Same character.
Yes.
All right. And was that call made on April 28th of 2016?
I believe it was.
And what was the purpose of this, what I'm calling a follow-up bump?
Yes, it's like a follow-up bump. It was basically to try and get Donna Adelson on the phone and also to additionally stimulate the wire.
All right. And that call, was recorded as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then is there an additional call bearing your voice in this case from Charlie Adelson to the undercover?
That is correct.
Have you had a chance to review that call, which is contained on State's Exhibit 107, call FF?
I have.
And were you able to authenticate your voice in that call?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you complete a call authentication log, which I've marked as State's Exhibit 128, initialing by the calls that bear your name?
I have.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 128.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 128 is admitted.
And Judge, I also failed to introduce the call authentication log pertaining to Ms. McBanawa, which I've marked as 127. I would move that one into evidence by stipulation at this time as well.
127 is admitted.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is great stuff. The stuff you kind of see on these TV shows. What really happens in real big cases. This would not normally happen in a non-murder case, but in murder cases, they get all the assets they can. Very effective.
107, I referenced that previously. That contains a call from two calls. One call from you to the Adelson Institute, which I previously asked about, and then a call that I did not ask about, which was Donna Adelson to the undercover line. Have you had a chance to review those two calls on this exhibit?
Not completely the one from Donna Adelson to me.
Okay. Do we have a stipulation in reference to that call, or do we need a recess for him to authenticate Donna Adelson to the undercover?
We'll stipulate.
Judge, I move into evidence States 107.
107 is admitted at this time.
And I don't have any further questions.
That was smooth. See how smooth she did it? She didn't have the authentication, but she leaned over and said, okay, I'll take time. Or do you want to stipulate? Putting the pressure on you. And he conceded. So
Retired.
professional right there, right, Georgia.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It should be very short.
Your role was to pretend to be a member of the Latin Kings, right?
Latin King gang, yes.
And you handed Donna Adelson a flyer,
I did.
and you and your team accidentally didn't make a copy of that flyer, right?
Well, my role in the investigation was to be the undercover. That was handled by the investigative team.
But the flyer wasn't made. No one kept the original, right?
I later found out that it wasn't, but yeah.
We provided the original to you because the Adelsons kept the original, right? They didn't destroy it.
I don't know what they did with it.
Now, when you saw Donna Adelson, she told you that you scared her, right?
She was startled.
And you told her that you knew that Katie and Tuto were being taken care of. And by being taken care of, you meant paid, right?
That is correct.
So law enforcement understood that as of April 2016, when the bump occurred, Katie was continuing to get money, right?
I don't have all the details from the case, but that's what I assume it was happening.
So if Catherine McVanoa came in here yesterday and said that she wasn't getting money in the months following, that would be inconsistent with what the bump was set up to be, right?
Objection, confusing, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Sustained as to mischaracterization. You may re-ask the question if you can clean it up, Mr. Rushbaum.
The whole point of the bump was you knew that Catherine McVanoa was getting paid, right, over time.
That's what I was told to say to Mrs. Adelson.
Now, during the bump, you told Miss Adelson, Donna Adelson, that you were the brother of someone who was incarcerated, right?
That is correct.
And that person needed to be paid as well, right?
Taken care of, yes.
And at the time that you did the bump, you knew that Luis Rivera was incarcerated, right?
Correct.
And the idea was to pretend to extort Donna Adelson by posing as a violent gang member, right?
That is correct.
Now, on April 28th, the bump was April 21, correct?
I don't believe so.
What day was it? I always get it confused. April
I believe
19th.
it's the 19th.
You hope to spur some activity, right? After April 19th. That was the plan of the bump, right?
Disperse. You mean disperse in what way?
You hope that phone calls would happen and that someone would pay the money, right?
That was the intention, to stimulate or tickle the wire.
And no one paid the money, right?
No, they didn't.
So then 9 days later, you called the Adelson Institute, right?
I don't remember the exact date that I called.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Whenever you called, you identified yourself as Sammy.
I believe so.
And you spoke to someone. It was not Charlie Adelson, right?
That is correct.
Now, until this call that you made to the Adelson Institute, no one had called the undercover number, right?
I don't believe so.
Catherine McVanoa had not called the undercover number, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia had not called the undercover number, right?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. Do you think that you ever spoke to Sigfredo Garcia?
Oh, I know I didn't.
Okay. Did Sigfredo Garcia ever leave you a voicemail?
I understand. I understood that. Well, I did miss a call from him. I was working my other cases, but I don't have access to the voicemail, so I don't know if he left a call.
Have you ever heard a voicemail from Sigfredo Garcia?
I have not.
Okay. Now, on the 28th, Charlie Adelson called the number, right?
I know he did call me. I don't recall the date.
Okay. And he called from his own phone, right?
I don't remember what number was on the caller ID.
Okay. So you don't know that he used his cell phone?
I don't know. I don't know his number.
Now, he didn't say much on the call, right?
Well, not initially, and I did most of the talking.
And you used words on the call like in reference to. Do you remember using those words?
I did.
And you used the words on the call like do the right thing, right?
That is correct.
Charlie told you at the end of the call that he would call you back. Do you remember that?
He said he would.
But he never called you back.
Not that I know of, no.
Now, still no one paid any money, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so, and on the calls, you were hearing that, well, strike that, Your Honor. Let me turn your attention to May 4th, 2016. Okay?
Okay.
At around 2 or 3 in the morning on May 4th, 2016, you sent Donna Adelson a text message to her cell phone, right?
I know I sent her a text message, but I don't know about 2 or 3 in the morning. I don't know the time or date.
Do you remember that it was very early in the morning?
I don't. That was
Okay.
7.5 years ago.
Fair enough. The text message was pretty threatening, right?
I don't remember the content of the message, but I don't remember the content.
Well, let me ask you, over time, did the threats get worse?
Well, no, because I mean, I know that I did the bump. I remember talking to Charlie, and I remember calling the Adelson Institute and sending the text message, but I didn't add any additional threats.
You don't think
you say threats? I didn't.
You don't think that the text message was stronger than the original meeting or the letter that came in between?
Again, if you can show me the text message, but I haven't seen. I don't think it was that bad.
Did you say in the text message who was the puta who had called me?
I think it's puto, but
Okay.
they said puta.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
My Spanish is not great.
No, that's fine.
I think I'm going to defer to the witness of Spanish on this, Mr. Rauschbaum.
I will as well. I will as well. Nonetheless, you were trying to act like Aladdin King, right?
I was, and quite frankly, I was instructed to be not so gang-like with Donna Adelson.
Okay.
Actually, to be polite.
Okay. On May 6, 2016, you received a voicemail from Donna Adelson at 11:30 in the morning, right?
I don't recall.
Do you remember getting a voicemail from her?
Well, again, if I receive a call and I don't answer the phone, these voicemails are remote. They're not on my phone. I don't have access to it. The investigative team has access.
Fair enough. So you wouldn't remember trying to call her back a couple times after she... Fair enough. Just asking what you remember.
Yeah, no,
You don't recall calling her back a couple times, right?
I don't, sir.
And at some point, you spoke with her on that day, right?
I believe I spoke with her.
And
I don't know about that day.
you're aware now that she recorded the call, right?
I have no idea.
Okay. During that call, do you recall she told you that she didn't have anything, that she doesn't know what this has to do with her? Do you remember her saying that?
I don't recall that
Okay.
that conversation at all.
She tells you that she didn't do anything and doesn't know anything?
I don't recall that conversation.
She tells you that there is a reward being offered and that if you need money, you should go to the police. Do you recall her telling you that?
Like I said, I don't recall any of that conversation.
Now, on these wires that were spurred by your undercover activity, are you aware that Catherine McBanoa told Charlie that she and Sigfredo had called the undercover number many times?
No, sir.
Are you aware that Catherine McBanoa told Charlie that they tried the number and it was a non-working number?
No, sir.
It was a working number, right?
Oh, it is. Yes, absolutely.
Are you aware that Catherine McBanoa told Charlie that Sigfredo left a nasty voicemail message on the undercover number?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that Sigfredo Garcia called that number one time and it wasn't from his cell phone?
I was told that he called, but I don't know what number he called from.
You don't know that he called from a burner phone,
No, sir.
whereas Charlie Adelson called from his own phone?
Again, I don't remember the numbers, and I don't remember, who was calling from what phone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Okay, so before everybody gets on this agent,
Will
you
Mr.
have-
Jimenez be recalled?
No, sir.
this
7
agent
days, sir.
strictly does undercover.
Please
He
call your
comes
next
in,
witness.
he goes out, and he does not normally testify. They do not normally testify because they don't want to give up their identification. His sole role in this case was he authenticating the bump and the paper he gave to the Miss Adelson. The next agent, and then Agent Sanford, will be the agent that will tie down and have all the details. This agent, his sole job is undercover. No one knows who he is. He portrays a person who's under significant danger, gets in and gets out. He doesn't follow up. He leaves. He's on to another case. And we probably have maybe 50 of these people that work for the FBI, that go to school, that get specially trained on how to survival, so they're the best of the best, but they never testify. They don't want them testifying. They normally build such a good case, they're never called in to testify. So he's not a great witness on details, but he's unbelievable on undercover work.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
Did you participate in an operation back on April 20th, 2016?
Yes.
And was that a surveillance involving the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
What was your involvement related to that operation?
I was conducting physical surveillance in the area of Miami Beach and its surroundings, and then also maintained availability to move northward if the surveillance venue changed, and deploy surveillance hardware if needed.
Okay, so originally there was an attempt to surveil a meeting between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and you were involved in that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that particular effort?
At the beginning of that day, I was involved in surveilling the bump, as it's been called.
Okay. Yep.
And following that, I maintained availability in that area, and then I received word that there would be a meeting taking place north of Miami Beach, so I made my way north.
Okay, I think I'm with you. So you were present at the bump doing some recording from a remote location?
I was not recording at that time.
Okay, what was your role there?
I was, we call it QRF, quick reaction force, just for the security of the undercover,
Okay,
or
so just
whoever is involved.
Part of the team for
Mhm.
security purposes. And then from there you moved to, is it a restaurant known as Dolce Vita?
Yes, at the time that's what
All
the
right.
restaurant
And what was your role at the efforts to record a conversation at the Dolce Vita restaurant that day?
I was instructed to make my way towards the Dolce Vita restaurant. At that time that I arrived, I was handed some recording equipment in a bag, and I went inside and positioned myself as close as possible to Mr. Adelson.
All right. So you knew who you were trying to record when you
Yes.
went into the restaurant. And was Mr. Adelson already inside the restaurant when you entered?
I would have to think yes, but I don't recall exactly.
All right.
I'm almost certain yes.
Okay. And was there another person present as well that you were attempting to record?
Yes.
Who was that?
Katie Magbanua.
Okay. And was the objective just to get as close as possible without being made and
Yes.
try to record their conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the equipment. You said it was inside of a bag. What does
So-
that look like?
It was a messenger bag, computer bag size type thing you would carry books or a laptop computer in, and kind of a like perforations, like a bunch of holes in it.
All right. Like a mesh.
Not quite
Fabric?
like a mesh, but like if you think of, it was made out of like leather or fake leather, and maybe the whole front facing area of it just had a lot of holes spaced about a ½ inch to an inch apart all over.
All right. And was the bag outfitted with audio and video recording equipment?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that equipment?
I'm familiar with its appearance, and it had a sort of an on-off button. Beyond that, I have no real technical expertise for it.
Okay. Was it in proper working order that day?
That was my understanding.
All right. And you were able to review the recording, correct?
Yes.
So it did record audio and video that day.
Yes.
Where were you positioned in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. McBanois?
So they were seated toward about as far back in the restaurant as you can go. And I positioned myself with my back against the wall, so seated, maybe 10, 12 feet away. And there was, I think, one table between us and them.
All right. And what were they doing when you observed them at the restaurant?
They were having a conversation.
Was there background noise going on in the restaurant? What type of environment was it?
So yes, there was background noise. It's my best guess that the air handler for the restaurant was sitting in the ceiling, probably directly above either my table or theirs, but there was a sufficient amount of background noise.
Was there another agent inside the restaurant also attempting to record the meeting?
Yes, another FBI employee did enter the restaurant.
All right. And did he have similar equipment as to what you had?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And if was the recording that you made more successful or the one that he made?
I believe my recording was more successful.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 109, which is the Dolce Vita recording from the equipment that you had that day?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair and accurate as far as what was captured that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'd move into evidence 109.
Any objection from the defense?
None other than our previous motion.
States 109 is admitted at this time over defense objection.
And we talked about the date, but I'm not sure the time. On April 20th of 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the time that this meeting occurred?
I would have to reference notes or reports from that day. It would have been in the afternoon.
Okay, 3:45 sound about right?
Yes.
And about an hour in length sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So by the time you got to the restaurant and started the recording device, Catherine McBanois and Charlie were already there and talking, right?
That's what I recall. Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what they said before you got there, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. You did you see them speaking in the car for 15 minutes or so before entering the restaurant?
I don't recall that. Several years ago, obviously, at this point.
Fair enough. But you have no idea what, if anything, they spoke to each other about in a car before they got to the restaurant?
Their conversation in a car? No, I would have no
Okay.
direct knowledge of that.
The restaurant was pretty loud with a lot of background noise, right?
I wouldn't say egregiously loud, but it had enough background noise that from the distance of me to you, you would not be fully capable of recognizing the content of a conversation.
Fair to say you couldn't really hear much in terms of what they were saying to each other.
Correct.
And that was with you being just 8 to 10 feet away from them, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
So that was an effective cross-examination for his purpose. He's going to say you can't understand the transcript, you can't understand the recordings. It's all voodoo, and my client's going to tell you what he really was saying. So that was good for the defense. These agents are highly skilled. You can see they have teams that go in. They had 2 teams.
Witness. Please call your next witness.
And while there may be like 10,000 FBI agents, the ones that do strictly undercover, like the first Jimenez, there aren't that many like him because they have to go to special training. They're very few. I learned that in my last case. And it's amazing the training they go through. They go through life and death. They have to survive. And it's pretty interesting stuff that they're specially trained. But they're not really trained at testifying in courts because they don't usually testify because they don't want them to lose their identity. And that's why they're so careful about not showing their identity in court or anywhere. It was fascinating, the trial when we had one, they say we had the one that was the best in the whole United States. And fascinating witness, fascinating life. I mean, very effective. He had recordings, they did recordings. But they're very cautious about, and it's funny when they sent his resume, he was in the FBI 29 years and he'd only testified in one prior trial over all those years. And he had worked some really big political corruption cases, gang cases, and some terrorist cases. So I know a lot of people took offense to the first guy, but you just have to remember all his job is to go in and play a role and then he leaves. He doesn't do follow-up paperwork, and he's not doing just this case. He told you he's working many cases. He's got multiple phones and got to make sure that he says the right thing on those calls. So, but I think Dan did make some good cross-examination, clearly showing that you couldn't hear what the tapes say, only 8 to 10 feet away. So good point for him. The government had to call these witnesses to get their tapes in and play the recordings. So we'll see. I guess we're on a lunch break. I might have missed that. I guess we're on a lunch break. If anybody heard, why did the state call them? They had to call them to get the tapes in. They had to get the bump letter in, and they want to set the stage for what happened on the tapes and the recordings. And so sometimes it's necessary to call a witness in order for evidence to come in. That's why the state called them. I think the state will play the tapes in the afternoon. They'll probably call maybe Pat Sanford, or someone's going to have to come in and interpret the tapes after they listen to them. There might be a third FBI agent, Bronstein. I forget if that second witness's name was Bronstein. I think I missed it, but might be either Bronstein or could be Pat Sanford. So don't be disappointed with the FBI testimony. That was just laying the foundation to get in the bump and the recordings. Now we're getting to the meat of the trial and the meat of the defense. So this is going to be important stuff. I think I already answered your question, Lapa. They had to call them to authenticate and introduce the bump letter, why they do the bump, and then the calls, why they tickled the bump. So I think now the next witness will be Pat Sanford of the FBI. And do we know if they took a lunch break yet? Anyone? I missed it. All I see is a screen. So.
Hey, Tim.
Okay.
It's the COE. I'm texting with Steve Cohen. He says, yes, there's a lunch break. I'm trying to confirm what time they're coming back.
Okay.
That way we can let everyone know. But I'll keep pulling up some questions for you.
I see some LAPA operations. Okay, instead of ineptness on the guy in the ground, Tim, I'm not going to say it was a mistake. LAPA, I think it's an opening for the defense. And I agree, Georgia probably should have cleaned it up. Probably should have asked Jimenez, Agent Jimenez, you basically are the undercover, correct? You don't stick around. You don't follow through with the case, right? You move on to other things. That's why you don't know all the details, correct? Because that was his role. And you've worked how many cases? I worked 600 cases. So you haven't followed up in the last 9 years all these specific questions. No, I haven't. And you're in the middle of work now. And we were able to get here for this trial. Yes, she could have cleaned it up. I don't think it's fatal to the defense. I think it was helpful. I mean, I don't think it's fatal to the state. It happens though. You think he'll rely on cross-examination? I think he's still going to have to call Charlie. The cross-examination, we'll see how what happens on who plays the tape. If they call Pat Sanford to give his view of what the tape says, I'm sure Dan will cross-examine him vigorously. But I don't think that agent and his cross can give the context that he's hoping for in his defense. Agent, they didn't hear the beginning of the conversation. Well, there's no doubt. If you don't hear the beginning of a conversation and the agent said they didn't, then they can't say what the conversation was or the context. And the one about if they had the evidence, we'd be gone, or we'd be on a plane. Yeah, there's no context. What was the question and the statements before that? That's important. And I think that's what Charlie's going to say. So I don't know if Rob's going to be called to be a witness. He might be under subpoena. It'll be interesting if he does, because he's the estranged older brother who apparently was estranged because he married outside the Jewish faith. Interesting. You know, I was kind of surprised that the FBI agent took the stand, because he didn't know some of the things, because they're normally very polished. But after having that case with that undercover guy, those guys move around. And their background and their experience is extraordinary. They are doing, and some of the background information we got on the witness that we had was doing some amazing things that our country needs on some terrorist stuff, that quite impressive resumes. But they're very limited numbers of them. And they don't testify a lot. I was shocked. He had only testified one other time in one trial his entire 28-year career. That's how good these guys are, that they get in and they get out. It's not like Pat Sanford, the agent, who's the case agent. He's going to be under cross-examination. His reports, if he doesn't know something, that's really meaningful. That's really hurtful. But I don't know why Rashbaum doesn't have co-counsel that's actively participating. He does have another lawyer there, and she's participating, but she's not getting up and cross-examining witnesses. She's not doing anything to give him a break during the trial. She's helping him, but an equal co-counsel would have been helpful. Certainly would have helped him as far as time, and because this is going to wear him down. He's going to be worn down, and let's hope he's getting rest at night and he's able to carry through and adequately represent his client. No, he doesn't have to prove anything. All they got to do is create reasonable doubt. The problem is, in his opening arguments, he gave a specific theory of defense that he was going to prove, and that the puzzles of the pieces don't work, and that he's going to prove the context of those calls, and his client is innocent. That's what he said in his opening. So I guess we're all going to do we know what time they're taking a break to?
Hey everyone, it's the COE here. Hey Tim, yeah, I just spoke with Steve Cohen and Joel, and
Okay.
they say that they're on a lunch break until 1:30. So if you would like to take a lunch break, stretch, do what you need to do, hydrate, we
Yeah.
absolutely adore you, and you've been doing a phenomenal job, but we need you to take a break as well. So
Okay.
if you want to take a break, and then just text me when you're coming back and I'll put you back up. For
Yeah.
everyone sticking around here, STS Nation, we appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you to all of our mods who have been phenomenal. They've worked crazy, crazy long hours and days and do so much behind the scenes. So we do want to thank them. We also want to thank Space Coast, who does everything behind the scenes, and we couldn't do any of this without him. We are going to keep this live stream going. That way everyone can keep hanging out. You can see when everything comes back here at 1:30. You'll see the trial resume. And then for anyone that wants to hang out, feel free to hang out. But we are going to give Tim a break. That way he can also regroup.
Thank you. I'll see you all at 1:30.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It is the COE. That's the chief of everything. I'm also Joel's wife. I know many of you guys know me, but if you're new here, you're probably not familiar with who I am. So I just wanted to introduce myself. I also wanted to let you know that if you are new and you're wondering where the host is, Joel Waldman, the host of Surviving the Survivor, also known as STS, is in Tallahassee. He's been in the courtroom, which is why he has not been on air with you. But we have been graced with Tim Jansen, he's a defense attorney in Tallahassee, and he has been doing a phenomenal job. He's been with us all of today and all of yesterday, and he's going to come back after lunch. Right now, we gave him a little break so that he can have some lunch, hydrate, and get some rest. I do want to thank all of our mods who have been with us all day today and yesterday and Friday, and I believe Thursday as well. It's been a long couple of days, but I want to thank all of our mods who have been doing a phenomenal job, not just during the trial, but really since they've become mods. I also want to take the time to thank Space Coast, who does a lot for us behind the scenes. As my children said earlier this morning, they feel bad for him because we call him at 3, 4, 5 in the morning on the Pacific Coast. He lives in California, and we literally call him and ask him to do anything and everything for us. So we did want to give him a shout out. I also wanted to thank all of you guys, STS Nation. Thank you so much. Joel started this channel a little over, I think, 2 years ago, but he really got into true crime and shifted to do this about a year ago. And it's because of all of you guys that Surviving the Survivor has really grown. So we appreciate everyone showing up every single day, being here, making the chat the wonderful place that it is. We could not do it without each and every one of you. And if we are not pulling up your comments, your questions, your super chats, you can blame me. I apologize in advance. We're all doing a lot, as I'm sure all of you guys are. So we're just multitasking. Please be patient with us. Again, we appreciate you. We are taking a lunch break right now. We're going to keep this stream up, but we will be back at 1:30. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, it's me again, the COE. I did want to give an update. Sunny Tanner just said, we just rode the elevator with Ruth. She said she's signing books at Tim's office tonight. I do want to remind you that if you are in Tallahassee, that is true. Ruth is going to be signing copies of her book, The Unveiling, at 7 p.m. tonight at Tim Jansen's office. I'm going to post all of the information in the chat so that if you're local and you would like to meet Ruth Markel, get a book, and have it signed, you can go there. I also want to remind everyone that aside from live streaming all of the trial for the rest of the afternoon, we are going to be having live shows with STS Best Guess Analysis tonight. Joel is going to be hosting that just like how he did last night. And I'm unsure of who all of the guests are, but I will post it as soon as we know here in the chat. I would also like to thank a sponsor, Liquid IV. If anyone is interested in purchasing Liquid IV, they're little liquid packs that Joel uses. I use them. If you go to liquidiv.com, you do get 20% off with the code STS, and we do get a portion of that. So I do want to thank anyone that buys Liquid IV. I also want to remind you, you can become a YouTube member, or you can support STS by going to patreon.com and joining Surviving the Survivor. Members have a special live coming up this Sunday. It'll be with Carm and Joel. It's going to be unfiltered. There aren't going to be any best guests, but it'll be a really fun live chat where you can get to know Joel, you can get to know Carm. So if you're interested in doing that, make sure that you're a YouTube member or a Patreon member, and I'll be sending out information to everyone who is a member and who wants to be part of that live 24 hours before that live meet and greet, and that'll be this Sunday. All right, you guys have about 45 minutes before the lunch break ends. Hydrate, get food, stretch. We'll see you back here, but we are keeping the stream up, and Tim Jansen will join us again after lunch once the trial resumes. Thanks, everyone.
SAS Nation, happy Tuesday. I'll tell you, being live in court for the Charlie Adelson trial has been really, really interesting. It is a small town, and believe it or not, we are eating right next to the guy who conducted the bump on Donna Adelson. So that is a chapter out of only here in Tallahassee. That's the only time I'd ever have that experience. He happens to be a great guy, by the way. Meanwhile, tonight, right after the trial ends, around 7 p.m. This evening, we're going to do another roundtable discussion, this time again with Tim Jansen, Kathy Monkman Hyam might join us, sorry, Kathy, and Stephen Webster, who offered testimony at the end of last week. He may join us as well. So we'll be over at the offices of Jansen and Davis. By the way, again, huge shout out to Tim Jansen for holding down the fort there. His office is a beautiful spot, so we'll be live there tonight. And Ruth Markell, if anyone knows anyone in this area, she's going to swing by the law offices of Jansen and Davis around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight, and she'll sign some books and say hello to people. She's not talking now because of the trial, obviously, but she will be there, and we'll all be there to support her. Until then, love you, America.
Hey everyone, it's the COE here. Trial is about to resume in a couple of minutes. Joel sent us a video. He couldn't go live. The Wi-Fi wasn't good, but he did send us a video. I'm going to play it for you, and then we're going to keep this up. And I think in a couple of minutes, Tim Jansen will join us again. Thank you, everyone. If you have not done so, please hit that like button. Thanks so much.
What's up, SDS Nation? Happy Tuesday. I'll tell you, being live in court for the Charlie Adelson trial has been really, really interesting. It is a small town, and believe it or not, we are eating right next to the guy who conducted the bump on Donna Adelson. So that is a chapter out of only here in Tallahassee. That's the only time I'd ever have that experience. He happens to be a great guy, by the way. Meanwhile, tonight, right after the trial ends, around 7 p.m. This evening, we're going to do another roundtable discussion, this time again with Tim Jansen, Kathy Monkman Hyam might join us, sorry Kathy, and Stephen Webster, who offered testimony at the end of last week. He may join us as well. So we'll be over at the offices of Jansen and Davis. By the way, again, huge shout out to Tim Jansen for holding down the fort there. His office is a beautiful spot, so we'll be live there tonight. And Ruth Markell, if anyone knows anyone in this area, she's going to swing by the law offices of Jansen and Davis around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight, and she'll sign some books and say hello to people. She's not talking now because of the trial, obviously, but she will be there, and we'll all be there to support her. Until then, love you, America.
Oh, this is all the whole 100 pages? It's the ones that you... Right, do you have the rest?
I don't read the rest. What's that?
reviewed it. We've reviewed the transcript. We've reviewed the video, but we haven't reviewed what's coming in. We're okay with the state's word that it's a transcript, but we haven't seen it. So I'm just putting everyone on notice.
All right. I understand what you're telling me. Do you wish to look at it now while there's some time?
Well, I mean, it would take 40 some odd minutes to look at it.
Campbellman, can you play for him, I guess, at least the parts that were previously at issue?
It's the whole thing.
Well, not the whole thing, but the parts that were, I guess, otherwise had the ellipses or the parentheticals.
But Rosbaum's making sure, preserving his objection, that he hasn't heard the parts that are in question. Judge is not going to let him spend 40 minutes on something that could have been done outside the jury time. So judge is not going to like it. It puts Rosbaum in a position he's got to object. They're going to try to quickly show him the parts. And if he agrees, then they'll play it. It should have been done earlier. I agree. This judge is great. He kind of reminds me of Judge Clifton Newman, except Newman had his own way. He held his cards in his vest. And then when he spoke, boy, did he speak.
I believe this morning, Ms. Myers indicated the portions that did not actually match the transcript, that had either the parentheticals or the ellipses, were still at issue. Are you still raising that at this point now?
I'm sure they corrected it, but it's the entire transcript has ellipses, and now it's going to say unintelligible. I'm just telling you we haven't seen it. You understand?
I understand what you're telling me. I didn't want to take away your break, but this would have been a good time to watch the video if you had concerns about the video.
It wasn't concluded until towards the end of the break, Your Honor, so that wouldn't have been doable.
All right. Do you wish to watch this further now?
I think maybe give us 10, 15 minutes to scroll through it.
Granted. Make sure you make good use of this time.
Yeah, Judge, would Your Honor be willing to do the next witness? I'm not publishing this item through that witness, but he does have a plane to catch, so if we could take our break after him, that'd be great.
That's fine. This is Mr. Kendall.
This judge is much more amenable than Judge Hankinson would have been. Both parties would have been chastised for not having this resolved prior to court time. State attorney has a big staff. They could have had this done right before, certainly before lunch. The judge was like, well, you could have looked at it at lunch, and then they said it wasn't done. So you can't really blame the defense. He's allowed to see what they're going to play, especially if it's amended. This is the fault of the state. So we'll see what happens. Judge put a little pressure on Dan to acquiesce, but he held his ground, which he should do, because once it's played, it's played. And I guess she's going to volunteer to call another witness. But I don't know how that's going to give him time to look at it if he's in trial. If he had another, maybe the other lady sitting at the table can review it and tell him it's okay. That might be a resolution. I'm sure Sarah's going to get another witness, and then we'll see how this plays out this afternoon. Hope everyone had a nice lunch break. Ruth is back in the courtroom. He's looking rather chipper this afternoon.
Please call your next witness.
The state calls Keith McElveen.
Keith McElveen. And let's see. There's a surprised look on Dan. He must know who that is. can't tell who Mr. McElveen is.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, JamesKeithMcElveen.
How are you employed, sir?
I work as a forensics engineer, a media forensics engineer.
And what is a forensic engineer?
We specialize in taking audio, video, or computer data and extracting intelligence out of it.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
A bit over 35 years.
Can
So
you
who did
go
the
through
enhanced
your training and experience that qualifies you to do this type of forensic engineering?
I began doing this type of forensic engineering back post 35 years ago, working for the government, working on war crimes investigations, unmixing voices. Since then, I've had 20 plus, either given or taken 20 plus courses in this discipline.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to testify as an expert in your field previously?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I would tender the witness at this time as an expert in the area of forensic engineering.
Does the defense wish to engage in any further voir dire of the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the stated field?
No.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion today in the field of forensic engineering. You may continue.
Sir, were you asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Charles Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
All right, and was one better audio and one better video?
Yes.
All right, and what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video?
Only used it for observational timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or the
Yes.
one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good audio or the good video?
The good audio.
All right. Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus. It's blurry. And so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices, loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right. And can you tell the jury that the most up-to-date efforts available in your field were applied to this exhibit to make it as good as possible?
They were.
All right. And what was the outcome? I think you've got some different segments. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Fortunately, the recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. The recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved. The person carrying it came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. It's a huge amount of recording. And so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 110.
Any objection?
Just our previous objection.
States 110 will be admitted over objection at this time.
Is there any part of your processing or methodology that actually changes the voices or adds words into the voices, anything like that?
No, when we begin our processing, we set up the controls and the tool does not allow you to actually make any changes. You hit process and it starts at the beginning and works all the way to the end, and you can't change anything as you go along and decide to leave the word no or yes out. You get the entire thing, and the same length of the recording in is the same that comes out, down to microseconds.
And did you also perform a similar analysis or work on a second restaurant recording known as the Matt Surrey restaurant recording?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review States 113?
Yes, immediately before.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Immediately before.
All right, before we came into the courtroom. And is this the thumb drive that you prepared with your work in reference to the Matt Surrey recording?
It is.
All right, and were the same types of processes applied to this recording as the first one we discussed?
Exactly the same.
Move into evidence States 113.
Any objection to States 113?
No, Your Honor.
States 113 is admitted at this time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Starting with the Dolce Vita recording. That recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not know.
You were asked to enhance the recording in January of 2022, right?
That sounds correct.
You'd agree with me that there's 20 plus minutes of the recording that's missing, right? The first 20 minutes or so of the recording are missing.
Please clarify what you mean by missing?
Well, fair point. You'd agree that the meeting that was recorded started before the recording, right?
If you mean how long the conversational participants had been carrying on the conversation before the person carrying the recorder entered the restaurant, I have no idea how long they had been talking.
The recording picks up in the middle of a conversation, correct?
If you mean device 2, the one with the longer recording, I believe that you might be confusing the fact that it was the middle segment of 3. If you mean the conversation, I think you mean.
The recording that you enhanced is not the beginning of the conversation, correct? Between the participants.
Again, I don't know when they began talking, but we cleaned up all the way from the beginning of the recorder entering the restaurant, by the front to a chair to another seat. And the first segment had clear conversation going on at times. Voice level goes up and down. Then there's the middle segment, which is a few seconds, 30 seconds or something, maybe a minute go by, and then the video from the other device starts.
Fair enough.
If that's the one that you're talking about, then that's only the middle. There's the lead up to that portion is another 20 minutes.
But you don't know if the conversation began before the recording started, correct?
Correct. I have no way of knowing that.
Okay. Now, even on your enhanced version, virtually everything said by the female participant remains inaudible or unintelligible, right?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by virtually, but I would say that the female participant talked very seldomly. More of her words are audible in the first segment than in the middle segment, but she also seemed to talk less. And I can say that because you can obviously tell that she does say some words, even when you can't pick them out. You can tell that something is being said, not only by the male participant, his conversational behavior, but you can actually hear some vocalizations from the female, but you can't always pick out what she's saying.
During a lot of the recording, no matter what you did to fix that lens, you still couldn't make out what she was saying, correct?
Yes. She was speaking away from the male participant, and speaking in a low enough level that at many times the male participant asked her to repeat herself.
Nonetheless, on the recording itself, no matter what you did, a lot of times you're only hearing half of a conversation, right?
One side of a conversation.
One side of a conversation.
That's correct.
Now, were you aware that the FBI did its own enhancement back in August of 2016?
I was told that.
Did you ever listen to that enhancement?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that virtually everything you hear on your enhancement, you can hear on that enhancement?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. You hear different words on your enhancement versus the first enhancement? Or are they just clearer?
Clear, much clearer. My understanding the reason we were given these recordings was that originally the evidence was not suitable for playback to the jury because it required somebody to be have very good listening equipment and to listen very carefully and loop it many times to be able to really pick out what the words might be. I would say in all fairness that after our enhancement, you didn't have to struggle that much except on those inaudible parts.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a very specific question, not about the ease of hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, could you hear any new words on your recording versus the original recording?
I can only speak for myself, but I would say yes for me, for my ears.
That goes to the heart of
Turning your attention to Matsuri, that recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not have this information.
Okay. And again, you weren't asked to perform an enhancement until early 2022, right?
That sounds right.
And for those two recordings, again, is it your testimony that you hear different words on your enhancement versus the original?
I wouldn't say, well, actually, I would agree. Different words than were originally transcribed versus what I heard. And I would say that the result of our enhancement, more words are intelligible.
Now, you also note in your report that portions where one participant whispers in the ear of the other, this is Matsuri, were not recoverable due to the soft level of the sound. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would also say, and due to the obscuration of the head, one participant leans over and whispers very close to the other person's ear. So all of a sudden the head's in the way of the focusing effort we made.
So in those instances where those whispers occur at Matsuri, you have no idea what was said?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Yeah, so this is the crux of his opening. He's saying that this tape, these audios are not good enough to consider, and that the same tape earlier was no better than the last one, and that the context is missing, and that his client is the only person they can
No,
get.
Your Honor, no further questions.
You may step down, sir.
The witness kind of held his ground.
Members of the jury, before we continue with the next witness, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
So Dan made his points. He knew the points he was going to make, and he didn't get overly tiresome. The witness was not going to budge. He probably got paid quite a bit of money to do this job, and he's proud of his work. Obviously, he's very experienced in this field. This is the crux of his case in the opening. He said he was going to play both tapes, and he was going to prove that there's nothing different on the earlier FBI version than there is on this modified and enhanced version, and that the only reason the government made these charges against Brown was because of pressure in the
recording that have now been
not based
modified.
on the evidence.
Do we have it?
Go ahead.
May we be excused to do that?
That's fine.
I guess they're going to go watch the video now to make sure it's properly amended per the court's rulings, which means it's going to take 15 or so minutes. But these are the points that Dan was going to make. I think it more leads to the fact that Charlie's going to testify, and he's going to fill in the context. He did get him to admit that Catherine Magbonowa's conversations could not be heard. Either she was not speaking loud enough or she turned away. Camera couldn't get it. Those are important when you're playing a recording and someone's responses. A response to one question could certainly mean something else if the question was something else. So that's his defense. He came out and said it. And let's see what happens when they play the tape as he cross-examines the witness as they play it. I take it it's probably going to be Pat Sanford on the stand, I would think, the FBI agent who would go over the tapes since he's the case agent. She'll go over it with him as they play it, and they'll stop it, play it, stop it, talk. And then he'll cross-examine. I imagine this will probably take the rest of the day. This is the biggest piece of evidence for the state, and it's certainly the one that Dan is going to attack as much as possible. So, because hey, if he can get rid of the Dolce Vita tape, he can get rid of that, and then he puts the onus on the government to rely their case on Katie Magbonowa. Then he's in the ballpark. Then he can make arguments. If his client does well on the stand, he might convince a juror or two that there's reasonable doubt. And could the state then call Katie back? 100% they'll call her back. But they're not going to call her back until after they see what Charlie says on direct. And then somebody will be talking to her and seeing if she can contradict what is said. And then we'll go through the whole impeachment again of her again. And then the jury is going to have to decide who to believe, how much to believe, and has the state proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Do I think he has a reasonable chance of getting off? I do not think he's going to get off, but that's not what Dan is trying to get today. If he can get a hung jury, he would consider that a win. If he can get a not guilty, that would be a major win. But let's be realistic. This is a high-profile case. People in that jury know that there's a murder. They got cameras in the courtroom. They got peoples in this. They know it's serious. They're not going to just say willy-nilly, maybe he did it, I'm not going to find him guilty. There are going to be 4 or 5 jurors, I guarantee you, that are going to vote guilty, and they're going to stick firm. You're going to have 2 or 3, they're going to say not guilty. Then you're going to have the rest in the middle. And the question is, what do those ones in the middle do? Do they go for the not guilty, or they start to lean towards the guilty? Then you have a few on the jury that are like, not guilty, I'm not sure, maybe. How long can they hold out? And we'll see. I think a lot of this trial is going to resolve on the credibility of Charlie on direct and cross-examination. That's where this case is going to go. I think Charlie has to take the witness stand. I think his lawyers pretty much set him up that he has to get up there and clean up this Dolce Vita tape. He's going to have to clear up this whole, who else is going to say he was extorted? He is. I'm sure his testimony has been prepared. He's gone over it. He knows every question line by line. And he's probably had another lawyer cross-examine him. But he hasn't had Georgia cross-examine him. And he hasn't had to look in those jurors' eyes when he has to give an answer. And I'm sure Georgia is prepared for cross-examination. And I think it's going to be fascinating. I think it really will be. If he doesn't take the stand, that'll be the surprise of the trial, I think. But I may be wrong. You know, I didn't think they'd call Katie, but that's what happens. Do you think this is a victory for Rash? I'm talking about how he got 15 minutes. Now he can push this further. I think it does at least give him the path to continue with his theory. And one of his big theories was, remember, he said, I'm going to play the Dolce, I'm going to play both. He's going to play both and show the jury there's no change. And then in argument, he's going to argue that there was no new evidence and that they only charged him because of pressure in the community. And we'll see if that sells. But you said they're about an hour long or 45 minutes long. So if he just plays them, that's an hour and a half if he plays both of them. So I can see Charlie being on the stand for a full day and then cross-examine a half a day. We'll see how he holds up. We'll see how Dan holds up after doing all this on his own. I think Dan thinks that the Dolce Vita helps him, which is quite opposite what the state thinks. The state thinks it's very incriminating. And the big question is going to be what the jury thinks. And that's why we're all here. So is a hung jury better than a not guilty? Well, you'd rather get a hung jury than a guilty, but then you got to retry it. I'm not sure what his pay is, if he's going to get another trial. If you win or if you lose, if you get a hung trial and it's like 11-1, that's not really a victory. If it's 6-6 and the prosecution and the defense will find out, jurors will contact either party and let them know. I don't know. I think they are going to use some headsets. I knew I had headsets. We had bought headsets for our trial in federal court, and then we didn't use them, and we were going to sell them to the state because the state needed headsets. And I don't remember what happened with that. They wanted to buy them, and we had I think there was 17 enhanced headsets to hear things. So I don't know if they ever did get the headsets. That's an interesting question. Still looking at your questions. I think Rash is going to stick with his defense. He hadn't changed it yet. I don't think Charlie will take the stand. Too many holes in his story. Well, Denise, his lawyer, has basically said he's going to show that he was being extorted by Meg Bonowa. I can't think of another witness who's going to testify to that other than Charlie. He can't call Donna and he can't call Harvey because they wouldn't agree to an interview, and he agreed to take him off the witness So they can't be called as witnesses. So the only person that can testify as to being extorted will be Charlie. The only person that can give context to these conversations is Charlie. So if Charlie doesn't testify, the defense doesn't have a defense, even though they said they had one in opening. And that would be brutal to the defense. Could they change their minds? That's a great question by C.J. Drake. Can you change argument in the middle of a trial? Yes, you can. You can if you don't specifically limit your defense in opening. But when you go out in opening and specifically say what your defense is, you're stuck with it. Because if you change it, then the jury's like, oh, he's changing his defense now. Why can we trust anything they say? That's why you never limit your defense. Keep it open, because something may show up on your doorstep and be a possible defense. But when you limit it, when you say this is my defense, you're riding that horse. I don't think he can change that in the middle of this trial. And I don't think any of the questioning so far by Daniel and Cross has indicated he's changing his defense. In fact, I think he's consistent what his point's going to be, especially with the last witness, where he's saying the tapes didn't add any enhancement over the years, and that there's parts of the conversations that are missing. And I guess his client will fill them in. Okay. I agree with Tim. If Charlie doesn't testify, the jury's gonna. Well, I don't think you can, Katie girl. I don't think you can prove an extortion without his client taking the stand. There's been no evidence of it. In fact, Katie Meg Bonham, well, for all of her baggage, she denied that. Is it likely the judge will not let the state admit these into evidence? Tara, I take it you're talking about the tapes. I think they're going to agree that she's made the amendments that the court has asked, and then I think they'll play it. Other evidence or other experts. I think he may call Kristen Adamson, which was the lawyer for Wendy, and she might come in and say that some of those motions in the divorce case weren't as serious as we're led to believe by Stephen Webster. I think she's on his witness list. And who he calls after that, I don't know. I think he calls Charlie Adelson. I don't know if there's a sidebar right now or if they're taking time just to look at the to make sure that the taped audio is consistent with the judge's ruling. The state had to spend time getting it together. They got it done during lunch break, but the lawyer for the defense was not able to review it to agree. So the state goes to admit it. You either have to object or not object. If you don't object, it comes in. If it comes in and it's not altered the way that was supposed to be, it's too late. The judge has already admitted it and the jury's already heard it. This is the kind of stuff you should have done beforehand. But in the middle of trial, when a judge changes a ruling on you and says, okay, I'm going to let this in, but not that, then you have somebody in your office, and the state attorney can do that. They got lawyers who are behind the scenes working on this stuff for them too. But it's not that easy to amend and alter these kind of things. Is it a good decision? I still think it was a good decision for Katie to testify. Right now I do, because based on the defense. We'll see. The jury can decide to believe any, all, or none of her testimony, right? So they can say, I don't believe this, but I believe that. That may be helpful for the state. And the same would go for Charlie. You can believe any, all, or none of his testimony. And if you don't believe all his testimony, then they're going to convict him, because he's the only person that can provide this so-called extortion theory defense. Wendy Adelson didn't even know about it, which was crazy. The sister wouldn't even know that the family knew who killed her husband and was extorting the family. And for 9 years, didn't tell anybody, and then moved her down there closer to the killers. That just doesn't, you can't pass that. That doesn't pass. I'm curious how that sells on in the closing arguments. Georgia will have a field day with that. And the thing about it is jurors are regular people and they have common sense. And they're going to sit there in their own mind and say, okay, if my daughter's husband was killed and they were being extorted by murderers, would I move my daughter and my grandkids close down there? Hell no, you wouldn't. You'd keep them as far away as you can. I apologize if I used that a bad word there. We'll bleep that from the. But why was Wendy not recalled to answer questions about the hitman statement she allegedly made to her? She was recalled, Debbie. I think you missed it. She was in Madison, Florida, and they told her to turn around, and she had to come back. And she came back in, and she denied making that statement to Lacasse. And then the rules of evidence allow you to impeach a witness. And so they were allowed to get Lacasse to say the statement for impeachment purposes. And that statement came in. So I think you missed it. She did come back. Do you think they'll arrest Donna if Charlie is found guilty? I think we were asked to put our questions in caps. I think there's a more likelihood that Donna might be charged. And I think it will be if Charlie is convicted and the state talks to jurors and the jurors feel like Katie was credible. And if they get a sense from the jurors that there's enough evidence, or if they ask why wasn't Donna charged, I think that's going to be the questions. And then ultimately the elected state official, Jack Campbell, and Georgia FBI and the Tallahassee Police Department will make a decision, and probably with consultation with Ruth Markel and her husband. And I'm sure they'd like to have Donna charged. But that's a decision usually a grand jury will make. And I think that's the way they'll probably play it to protect themselves. Could Wendy ever get charged? That's a great question. And everybody wants to know. It just seems like there's just so much built-in, a buffer built in for Wendy. So it's going to be hard, I think, to get Wendy.
Rauschbaum, have you finished reviewing?
Sorry, Judge.
Have you finished reviewing at this point?
We did review it, yes.
Is there anything further that you wish to raise?
Just our previous objection, Your Honor.
Very well. As to the instruction to be given before the recording is shown, I've drafted one. Do the parties have any instructions that they wish the court to consider as well?
I have not drafted anything, Your Honor.
I'm taking a look at pattern instruction 2.6, Your Honor.
Okay. If you wish to come up here, you can read this. My intention would be to give this instruction along with 2.6 as well.
All right, so what they're doing is they're giving what's called a curative instruction to the jury. It's to tell the jury how and under what conditions to consider this evidence. It's going to limit it and tell the jurors they can only consider this evidence for a certain purpose. Usually, if this transcript is given, you should use your own ears. If you hear something differently, then you should rely on what you're hearing and not what on this transcript. That's what they normally do if there's a questions about.
Wish to be heard concerning the instruction.
No, Your Honor.
And these are important here. These are most important things.
I will give this instruction and also 2.6 unless the parties are asking for anything else to be given as well.
This is important because if you don't have an objection, you waive in the appellate court.
Oh, one
and if
moment.
you agree,
A little bit of IT help. If we could just take 1 second.
both parties have to understand you're not just in the trial court, you're in the district court of appeal. If you don't object and you agree to this instruction, you can't later claim the instruction was an error. And instructions to the juries are the first and most prevalent way you get a mistrial or you get a new trial. So these are important. The lawyers usually make sure, the judge is really making sure before he reads it to the jury. So, and this is where Daniel could have used, someone that is really expert in this area, making sure that those instructions are the right ones. Because he's got so many things going through his mind right now. Probably part of him is thinking, am I still going to call Charlie? Okay. What am I going to do? What am I going to ask on these questions? When is Charlie going to take the stand? When am I going to have time to prepare him? All those things are going through his mind. And remember, Charlie's in custody. So it's not like he can just have him come to the hotel that night and prep him. He can only talk to Charlie while he's in court, or if he gets permission to go at night out there. Kind of like my cousin Vinny, he had to go out to the jail, talk to his clients. It's not quite that way, but that was a very funny movie. I love that movie. And in fact, I usually try to use lines from that movie in every trial. Jurists like it too. Everybody loves that movie. It's interesting. So I think Dan's doing the best he can. And he's going to be worn out. He'll never forget this trial, win or lose. Charlie needed to Roy Black is a little old in the tooth right now. I'm not sure how much Roy is trying cases anymore. I know he's still practicing law, but trials are for younger lawyers. Takes a lot of stress, a lot of energy to do these things. Dan mentioned Katie had an active case. I'm trying to look at questions. Same director. So now the instruction, obviously, to the jury, someone had a second guess about it. Someone might not like the language. Let's see. Question, am I a defense lawyer? Yes, I am a defense lawyer. I was a federal prosecutor for 5 years, and I've been a defense lawyer for the last 30 years, both state and federal courts. My cousin Vinny in law school. I tell you, they should play My Cousin Vinny in every law school class. There's so many things in that are spot on, some that are not, but some that are spot on. I did have a trial many, many years ago, and it was about the dog not having a harness on him. They wanted to take the dog away from him. And the witness and the whole thing was about whether the lady could see if he had a harness. Not a harness, but what do you put that over his face? And my client said he had that thing over his face. The witness said there wasn't anything over the dog's face. So I got a tape measure and I walked back there all the way back, and I did the whole thing, My Cousin Vinny, and it worked perfectly. She couldn't, the muzzle, that's right, muzzle, thank you. And she got it wrong, and I thought I won the case. And then I found out later that the lady was related to the clerk of the court, and the county judge ruled against me. But it was a My Cousin Vinny moment. That was pretty funny. I still remember. So it goes to show you sometimes you don't, even when the facts are on your side, you don't always win the case. Question for Tim. And Dan put Charlie on the stand if he knows the story. That's a good question. So what they do then is that he will go talk to the judge and says, Judge, my client wants to testify. Judge, I'm going to have him testify in what's called the narrative form, because a lawyer cannot submit a suborned perjury. So what he'll put him on the stand and say, okay, Mr. Adelson, what would you like to tell this jury?
Everyone can be seated.
And so he doesn't suborn it by asking questions.
You may call your next witness.
And that way the juror and the judge, they all know he's not suborning perjury. And that does happen at times, because the client has a right to testify. but a lawyer cannot suborn perjury if they know they're going to give perjured testimony. So I think we're eventually going to get to a trial. Yeah, you know, that's a good question. Dom's mom, 725, but I've taken Charlie as a client. You know, I don't know that. I can't say that answer to that right now. This case was a big thing in town.
Really employed for a private investment firm.
What about
All right,
back
here we
in
go.
2016?
I worked for the City of Plantation Police Department.
As part of your duties there, were you called upon to participate in a surveillance operation involving this defendant, Charles Adelson?
Yes, as a member of the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force Miami Division, I was.
And was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was ongoing at that time?
Yes, there was current electronic surveillance of Mr. Adelson at the time.
What were you asked to do?
Conduct physical and electronic surveillance of Charles Adelson.
All right, and did part of that involve going to the Matt Surrey restaurant?
Yes,
Is that a sushi restaurant in Miami?
yes, it is.
Okay, and what were you supposed to do once you got into the restaurant?
I had a covert electronic surveillance audio and video recording device and attempt to record Charles Adelson and his father, Harvey.
All right, and do you see Charles Adelson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a blue blazer and a blue shirt and a blue tie.
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right, and is this on April 21st, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what equipment were you using for this operation?
It was a recording device that recorded audio and video.
All right, can you describe the setup at the restaurant and where you were located in relation to Mr. Adelson?
Harvey and Charles Adelson were sitting at the sushi bar. I took a position directly next to Harvey.
Were you able to hear the conversation that they were having?
No,
Was the recorder closer to them than you were?
it was right between myself and Harvey Adelson.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that's captured on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate recording of the interception you made there at the Matt Surrey restaurant on the date in question?
yes, it is.
All right, and it's video and audio, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has initialed this exhibit, and I will at this time move it into evidence as State's Exhibit 112.
States 112 is admitted.
Further questions?
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Back in 2016, you didn't really like sushi, did you?
Not that much.
You didn't see them enter the restaurant, right?
No,
And you didn't see them talk outside the restaurant before they entered the restaurant, right?
no,
There's no recording of that you, to your knowledge, correct?
that's correct.
Now, during the conversation, do you recall some whispering happening?
Yes,
And you couldn't hear what was whispered, right?
that's correct.
When they left the restaurant, could you see them talking in the parking lot?
Yes,
But there's no recording of what they were saying in the parking lot, right?
that's correct.
You participated in the arrest of Charlie Adelson as well, right?
That's correct.
And that occurred in April of 2022.
Yes,
And the arrest happened at around 6 a.m. in the morning.
yes,
And during that arrest, one of the officers got caught in a barbed wire fence, right?
yes,
That was behind Mr. Adelson's house, right?
yes, on the side of his house, I believe.
Also, during that arrest, there were a lot of security cameras, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When Charlie Adelson was arrested, he surrendered peacefully
Yes,
and he consented to allow the agents to come in the house.
I'm I wasn't aware of that.
Fair enough. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Tom?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down. Please call your next witness.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
This is what I expected. Pat Sanford, the case agent, will come in and he will go line by line, word by word. What is said, what it means, how it relates to the investigation, how it relates to the parties. This is normal. He's the case agent. He's the most familiar with the case, and he should do well. He's going to get hit hard because on the bump letter, he was the agent in charge and he didn't keep a copy of the original, which is a major faux pas. I don't know how many bumps Pat has done. I can tell you I've worked against Pat last 25 years. And to be correct,
Please raise your right hand.
in a baseball game with Pat.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Guess we'll have you reintroduce yourself.
Again, Special Agent Patrick Sanford with the FBI.
All right, I want to circle back to a couple questions I missed last time with you, and then we'll talk about the wiretaps in this case. In reference to Professor Markel, he was transported from the scene to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long he survived before he was pronounced dead?
Approximately 14 hours.
All right, and I want to ask you a few questions in reference to Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson advises that the Markels, meaning Dan's parents, have had unfettered access to their grandchildren. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How many visits have they had with their grandchildren, say between May of 16 and April of 2022?
I don't believe they've had any visits during that time period.
All right, and what about since then?
Maybe less than a handful. I can't remember exactly how many. But
Does
just a
3
few.
sound correct?
That sounds all right.
After Wendy got skewered at the first trial for not allowing any visits, she then allowed a visit, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Leaving and mischaracterizing testimony.
Overruled as to those grounds.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. When was the first visit that the Markel family had after their son was murdered with their grandchildren?
It was a few weeks before the scheduled trial of Catherine McManua because we ended up delaying the grand jury indictment of Mr. Adelson so they could meet.
For fear that if we proceeded with the indictment as scheduled, that visit might be canceled?
That's
Objection, Your Honor. Leaving. And foundation.
Sustained as to foundation.
Well, it's too late. It's already out. The jury heard it, so.
All right, I want to turn your attention to Mr. Rivera. We heard from Mr. Rivera. Are you familiar with his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
And were you aware that Mr. Rivera chose to become a witness in this case
I am.
in exchange for a plea deal?
Yes.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony initially?
Yes, correct.
All right, did we learn anything new in the proffer with Mr. Rivera that we had not known as part of the investigation already?
We did.
And was one of those items related to Mr. Garcia shooting a hole in the rental car?
That's correct.
Had at the time that you were interviewing Rivera or taking this proffer from Rivera, had law enforcement already tracked down that particular Prius, the suspect vehicle in this case?
It had been sold previously and we had tracked it down.
And upon that initial inspection, was this bullet hole discovered?
No, we were unaware of it.
After the proffer with Mr. Rivera, did law enforcement go back to look at the Prius to see if there was any evidence to corroborate what Rivera was saying about that particular item?
Yes, we did. We went back and took possession of the vehicle and got a search warrant and searched it.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 49 through 53. Recognize these exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken when they reacquired the vehicle and conducted the search warrant and found the actual bullet hole going through where it went through and severed the gas line, and it was repaired.
All right, are they fair and accurate photos of the Prius upon that second inspection that was made by law enforcement?
That's correct.
All right, moving to evidence 49 through 53.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do we have to-
49 through 53 are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, publishing 49. Publish 50, please. Is that just documenting the VIN number of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Publish 51. What does the rod show in the vehicle?
It shows the path of the bullet, where the hole is, and the path of which way which it traveled.
And is it in the passenger seat floorboard?
Correct.
All right. Publish 52, please. Publish 53. All right, what does this exhibit show?
This is the fuel line. You can see where it had been severed and had been repaired.
Mr. Rivera testified that he knew Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed. And that's why the killing had to happen on the day it did. Are you familiar with that piece of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And have we ever found any, let me strike that. Have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Markel's Facebook?
I have.
Was there anything on his Facebook indicating that he was going out of town the day after he was killed?
No, it wasn't.
Have you had an opportunity to review the prof's blog that was provided by the defense in this case?
Some of it.
All right. And does the prof's blog provide specific information that would let these killers know that he was going to New York the next day?
There was just a reference to a conference that was being put on.
That Danny and I are going to a conference?
That's correct.
So someone else saying Danny and I are going to a conference that starts on X date?
That's correct. There was no other information detailing his travels.
And is that published in the form of like an alert, or is it just in a narrative of a lot of other stuff?
No, it was buried inside of a lot of other stuff, inside of comments.
All right. I want to move on to The Wire. Whose phones were tapped in this case?
Catherine McManus and Charlie Adelson's.
How many phone calls were intercepted total?
Oh, wow. Thousands.
Have you reviewed the disc of calls that were selected and prepared for the jury's consideration in this case?
Yes, I have.
Are they all fair and accurate recordings of calls intercepted pursuant to the wiretap in this case?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence states 108. It's a thumb drive containing the wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than our previous objection.
States 108 will be admitted at this time over objection. Go ahead.
May I confer with the opposing counsel for a moment?
Take your time.
While we have this break, I will tell you at the McDonough trial last time, I was in a potential jury pool, and I had to go in the back room, and the judge Wheeler was my little brother in my fraternity. And then they asked me if I knew Pat Sanford, and I said, yes, I know him quite well. We play in the same baseball league. And then Tara Cross says, oh, you're friends with him. And I said, no, quite the opposite. he usually hits me when I'm in the batter's box, and everybody got a chuckle. But then Pat and I became friends otherwise. But Pat's pretty serious. He's actually in baseball, he was a pretty good pitcher, but we liked it because he threw fastballs. He didn't throw curveballs, and it was easier to hit a fastball. So while he was a good athlete, our team usually knocked him up pretty good. I just thought that was funny that I was in the jury pool and I had to tell him that I was good friends with Pat, and then that he hit me. I just thought that's an interesting story, how small Tallahassee is. I'm curious what they're doing now. I think Dan's got a lot of fodder for this agent and this tape. He's going to have a lot of cross-examine for him. It'll be curious to see how Pat does. He's got no sense of humor. He's a strict FBI guy. We'll see if he admits making a mistake. He might grudgingly admit making that mistake. But I don't think he'll get to a point where he'll be obnoxious or you won't like him. I mean, I think this is a guy that really single-handedly solved this case, going through the Greyhounds and finding film for that Prius.
I'm sorry.
So
Had an issue we should have handled before the jury came in. I think we're ready to proceed.
Go ahead.
All right, so in reviewing the calls that were captured on this wiretap, was there any evidence of Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson meddling in Wendy Adelson's life?
Yes, there's quite a bit.
All right, I wanted to bring your attention first to a text message that was included in Sergeant Corbitt's presentation about pulling the plug on a home purchase. Are you familiar with that text message?
Yes, I am.
All right, and for the jury's reference, it's page 218 in Sergeant Corbitt's presentation, but we've already seen these text messages. Can you tell me why the date of the pulling the plug on the house is of interest to your investigation?
That text message was sent on Halloween of 2013, which was the same time frame that Catherine McMahon said that Charlie came to her.
All right, so the pulling the plug on the house, who's pulling the plug on the house?
Wendy was pulling the plug on the house. She was looking to buy a house, and Charlie was talking to her about not purchasing the house, not wanting her to purchase a house in Tallahassee.
And was that done at someone else's urging to Charlie?
Yes, it was.
Who was that?
His mother, Donna Adelson.
All right, and this date where it's revealed in the text that when you pulled the plug on the house is the same date that Charlie Adelson first approached Meg Banow about harming Markel?
That's correct.
And that's Halloween, October 31st, 2013?
Correct.
All right, I want to move on to Dave. Do you know who Dave is as a subject that comes up quite a bit on the wire?
I do.
And who is Dave?
It's one of Wendy's ex-boyfriends named Dave Attell.
All right, and is this the person she was dating apparently at the time of the wiretap?
That's correct.
Okay, and is Dave the subject of discussion between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
He is.
So the two of them are talking about Wendy's love life.
Correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the wire to find out how many times Dave comes up on the wire?
Quite a few, at least a dozen times.
That they're having conversations about the status of Wendy's relationship with Dave?
That's correct. And some of the conversations are quite lengthy.
Okay. And Judge, for this, I have just figured out what 128 was supposed to be. Okay, could we mark this? Whatever's next. So it's going to be 129, Your Honor. I've got a couple additional calls that I'd like to publish, starting with this call, which is call 989. So I'm moving to introduce states. What's the number, Ms. Dugan? I'm moving to introduce 129, which is a thumb drive containing additional wire calls, including 989, which I'd like to publish at this time.
Any objection?
Assuming it is what I've been told it is, no objection.
I didn't ask for a caveat or lawyer speak. Do you have an objection?
That is not a proper response to the
Take a
court.
brief break. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you back to the jury room.
And the judge was not satisfied. You either have to object or not. Assuming what it is, I have no objection. That makes it like a conditional non-objection. The court's not going to stand for that. The 11th Circuit, the Court of Appeal won't stand for that. That's why the judge is going to clarify before he introduces this. You have an objection or you don't. You can't say that. Judge Hankinson would have said, okay, no objection. Okay, it's introduced. But Judge Everett is being kind and giving him an opportunity to, because this was a last minute, looks like a last minute curveball by Georgia.
Recording for the defense.
I just need a date of the recording. Date or time.
989 occurred on April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. And then I also intend to publish
I don't have to call.
2873, which occurred on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.
May
23rd, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
May 23rd.
Correct. I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Why?
Okay. First one is 989, 4:15 of 16 at 8:21 p.m. Second one is 2873, May 3rd, 2016, 7:53 p.m.
So the non-lawyers really have to appreciate what George is doing on her feet in the middle of a trial. She is coming up with new evidence and with calm demeanor, figuring out how to get it introduced. Just a pro. She's just a pro. And a lot of times you won't see that. You'll see someone get frazzled. She's not getting frazzled. Been doing this too long. And she's got Sarah Dugan, a very capable lawyer, helping her. And I think Dan doesn't know. Look at him. He doesn't even know what he's looking at. He's got to make an objection or a non-objection. And this what happens in trial. And you can prepare for everything, and then a curveball comes, and you got to be prepared to respond. The judge is being a good umpire, playing fair, giving everybody an opportunity. But this is what happens. I think people really appreciate how good a prosecutor Georgia is. She's tough, really tough. I respect her immensely. So let's see if we have any other questions at this point. Charlie is Daniel's co-counsel. Well, clients do sometimes act as your co-counsel. And that's not usually a good thing, I can tell you that. Clients have a way of believing they know what the rules of evidence are. The jury, I've never sat in the jury booth. I've never been able to be in the jury, but the jurors watch everything and they're questioning, and sometimes they're trying to figure out what's going on. Do you think Georgia herself will bring testimony about not keeping the original copy? That is a great question, Studi. If you know something bad is coming, do you lessen its effect by bringing it out on your side? Mr. Agent Sanford, now you did this bump. Is it true, Agent Sanford, somehow you didn't keep a copy of the original? Yes, in the heat of the moment, we were so quickly trying to get this thing. People were editing it, and we had to get this agent. We knew the time crunch that we had to go, and I made a mistake, and I didn't keep an original. that takes away something from the sting from what ranch bomb's going to hit him with. And a lot of times you do that. They do that in closing too. Tim, let's not get too carried away with Georgia. I know you need her good graces coming to the chorus, but that shouldn't consideration in analysis. Listen, Georgia knows that I fight her tooth and nail. I don't consider good graces with lawyers in the office. If you ever found out my reputation, I'm a fighter and I fight for my clients, but I do like to recognize good prosecutors and good lawyers when I see it. And Georgia and I have had battles. I've tried a case with her, a really serious DUI manslaughter, and we fought. So I'm not trying to get in her good graces. I'm just trying to show you I recognize something happened. She wanted to introduce something new or additional, and I just wanted to show you the difference, how she was approaching it, and then how Daniel was approaching it. And I'll give Daniel kudos the same as I would her. But I've seen many prosecutors flounder and not get that document introduced, lose their cool in front of that jury. So I'm trying to be neutral as much as possible with both sides. Why did I become a defense lawyer? That's a good question. You know, when I was a federal prosecutor, I had a lot of power. I mean, a lot of power, and I took it with a great deal of respect and responsibility because I made sure I didn't indict anybody that I didn't truly feel 100% I could convict. Now, there were some people in my office that didn't feel that way, but I always did. And now I say, as a defense lawyer, I have more responsibility because I'm representing not only that person, but I'm representing their family, their kids, their parents. So, you know, I say sometimes good people make bad decisions. And that's a lot of clients. And in this college town, I get a lot of college kids that do stupid stuff. A lot of times it's girlfriend, boyfriend things that you don't want it to affect the rest of their lives. A lot of times I get bad people that keep being bad people. But I protect their rights. By doing that, I protect my rights. And I want to ensure that if someone gets charged with a crime, they're properly represented and that the state proves the case or if they work out a resolution. But, you know, I'm not going to say I take offense because someone says I'm trying to curry favor with Georgia. It did bother me. I'm not trying to curry favor with Georgia. I've been practicing long enough that I don't really need any favors from Georgia Kappelman. We have cases. She knows if she doesn't give me a resolution I feel is fair, we'll go to trial. And I think every prosecutor knows that. And the only way you get any good deals is if you're willing to go to trial. A lot of places you have lawyers that all they do is plea cases. They never go to trial. And it's a disservice to their clients because the prosecutors know they're not going to go to trial. So they don't end up getting a good resolution. You can be critical of lawyers. It's easy for people to do. But until you sat in that chair or in that courtroom and trying to do this, it's easy to second guess. But when you see good lawyering, I like to point it out. So I hope I answered that question. I'm trying to be neutral. Watched Better Call Saul. I'm a huge fan of the series. Gray Shane like a. You know what? Dan's a really nice guy. I had the opportunity to meet Dan. Met him for a couple hours. He came and met with me, asked me about Tallahassee. And Dan's a really, really nice guy. And I think he's a good lawyer. He's a former federal prosecutor also. I just think he has a difficult case. And some of the facts are really against him. Some of the evidence is really against him. And it seems to be he's banking on his own client. And sometimes that's all you have. And so he's going to give it his go. He's going to make an argument, and we're going to see what a jury does. But it's curious to see how he does, how prepared Charlie is on direct. So let's see. Harder to be. Let me say this: is it harder to be a prosecutor or a defense lawyer? You have to be much more creative as a defense lawyer. A prosecutor, you can. When I was a federal prosecutor, you have all the FBI. Now, when I started, I was in Tallahassee. We had like 6 agents, and I transferred to Tampa. We had 90 FBI agents to my disposal. It was amazing, 90 of them. And I did nothing but really high fraud cases, complex fraud. And it was great. But the defense lawyer, you have to be more creative. You've got to be better on your feet. Prosecutors, they're really good at introducing evidence, getting their evidence in, checking it off, and making their arguments. Defense lawyer, you got to be more creative because you don't really have a lot of evidence. You're normally cross-examining. You're trying to get reasonable doubt, and you have to be creative that they haven't proven their case. That's kind of the difference. Is this just a slow plea of guilty? We say that all the time. Sometimes person going to trial, just a slow plea. That's a common term in our business. The defendant wants to go to trial. You know you have no chance of winning, but they have a right to go to trial, and it ends up being a slow plea. So, is this book for rash to decide? He objects. I didn't see that question. I wouldn't say the evidence is so overwhelming. What would be overwhelming if they found the gun in his house? If they had communications with Sigfredo, that would be overwhelming. It's still really a circumstantial evidence case. You do have Katie Magbanua saying that's what it was. So there's some direct evidence, but she is so flawed with impeachment material, and her credibility is so questionable. I'm curious what a jury will do on that. I know the defense is going to, I'm sure, going to say you can't believe a word she said. I think Dan will say if she tells you it's raining outside, I would go put sunscreen on. That's how much you can believe Katie Magbanua. Often you're surprised by a verdict. Sometimes you are surprised by a verdict, and sometimes you're not. I can tell you, I thought I had a victory in a case in federal court, and I had a juror smiling the whole time, and then the jury came back guilty, and normally you poll the jury, is that your jury verdict? And that same juror looked right at me and said, yes, it is. And you're like, oh my God, how could I have figured that witness that juror is so wrong? Sometimes your clients are so bad that the jurors hate you for representing them. But you know what? Everybody's entitled to a defense. Even the most maligned and hated people, that's our system. And if we didn't have a system, what system would we have? Where one person decides, oh, you're guilty, one person, that we don't want that system. And justice is slow. It's a slow system. COVID didn't make it any quicker. It's shut down the criminal courts. It was really bad. It's not that it's bad enough to work.
We have an affirmative statement at this point as to any objections.
No objection.
Please bring the jurors in.
It's gonna be 1:30 now, but I'll clear that up for them as well.
So the judge wanted a clear objection or no objection for the record before he lets this evidence in before. So there's no question when it gets to the appellate court that there was no objection.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue.
Thank you. Agent Sanford, I've made a mess of a couple things. So can we circle back to the Wendy giving Dan's parents visitation question?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the email that Dan's mother sent regarding the Jewish-run child services organization?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Between that time, May of 2016, and April of 2022, how many visits did the Markells have with their grandchildren?
As far as information I have is 0.
All right, so not unfettered access.
That's correct.
Okay, and since then, 3 visits, correct?
Correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next mess is this exhibit, which is now going to be 130, not 129, as I previously indicated, because we had already identified something previously as 129. So 130 is going to be the Dave call. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you're familiar with this particular call. It's call number 989 on the wire. Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And this call was made on, may I have that sheet? April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. Sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 130 and publish call 989.
Is there an objection as to states 130?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted at this time.
All right. And if we could just start at 8:56, please. All right. Can we pause it?
The problem too.
Okay. All right. So, Judge, this may be a good time to have the jury advise that they each have headphones and may make use of them. If they don't need them, that's okay. But if they want them, you have volume controls for everyone.
Members of the jury, please take your headphones if you wish to listen in that fashion. Where are the volume controls on the
They're
headphones?
in front, so the front row is going to have to tinker with it. Why don't we just play a minute of this as a test, and then we can back it up once everyone gives me the thumbs up on volume.
Because I'm in that demographic guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, when you put me forward, these are my own questions at 37. I'm not asking for her to be. Oh. Or people choose. I have done. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely would do what you're asking them. So purposely do the opposite. What's that?
All right, Judge, could we inquire as to if everyone is comfortable with that equipment at this time?
For everyone who is going to wear the headphones, do you have anything that you need to raise concerning them? All right, they're nodding their heads in the affirmative that the headphones are working and giving a thumbs up. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why the guy had the problem is that if he was 22, at least not. Like, where do you think it's going to be when, I would have, and the problem is too, is like, she has to hear it from me because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date. Right. And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put the tours, you put my own budget at 37. I'm not asking for her to date. So,
she needs to know, Charlie, how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
And people should, especially from.
I had done
I know.
on the video,
I know him.
and I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them. They'll purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because they're into the game another day. They're into the game another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another
No.
day.
The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, that probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is this.
That's what she needs to do.
She understands when I don't ever offend her because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could be with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself with a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with him because you were there with this lady serious headed.
I know.
But it opens it for you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I wouldn't date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. She knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. There's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's got 3 boys, who knows what it's like, could understand it, and it doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You remember that crazy mom lived on the other street? The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced with his wife. He's engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp, the football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, paid for everybody for 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First.
Nice.
So anyway, so he's engaged now to a new girl. He's known forever. Okay. He has 3 kids. I'm in that age group. I don't know what. And I'm wondering if 2 met 1. It's not, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worse than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, they're my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the 3 boys. It's 3 people you're dealing with. So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do. I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what? Someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
And that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and I don't know if she said her hips stuff up in her ass.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but he was crazy about these boys. And he treats her, and that's why. Because the truth is, she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. He just doesn't like them. What is she going to do? Get rid of them? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the He'll
kids.
tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right? They're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
What you need to know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for these kids that deserve a dad.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Oh, you can. It was a
I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the cover. You can tell me the beginning.
If you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
You fuck it up good and go, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too. But I can tell you
I really am, and I appreciate what you do because. Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, hey, wake up? This is not only the perfect guy for you, but it's the dad for you.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like I'm saying, like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I could listen, Mom.
I feel like an acting on the head at the minute and going like, wake up.
Trust me, Mom. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Okay.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And I can listen. And you gotta understand, but the way I'll tell her too is like Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess still wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has no. I go, what? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto.
Right, so just to clarify, this call is, I guess I gotta wait for you to take your headphones off. This call happens 2 years after Dan Markel's death.
That's correct.
Did Wendy end up marrying Dave?
No, she didn't.
All right, what about, So we talked about the meddling in her financial decisions, her love life. What about her career? Do they talk about that as well?
They do.
And I'm referring to Donna Adelson and the defendant discussing Wendy Adelson's career decisions.
That's correct.
All right. Are you familiar with call 2873, also here on Exhibit 130?
Yes.
All right. And was that call made on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.?
That sounds correct.
All right. Permission to publish this call, Your Honor?
You may.
708.
Version of the stuff from this firm. Then go get your shirt on.
So I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with Wall.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept, like after I got done
She
learning
did.
about walk with her, she said she was going to accept that job.
You
She was thinking about not taking it.
I think if it's not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendy, I said, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, you change your mind. So, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And
That's right.
basically, now's not the time to just chill and be a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way
And
overqualified.
she can't get hired. She can't get hired anyway. There's like nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a,
She's not qualified to be guidance counselor.
not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was. Like, she's like, no, it's basically, it would have been brainless work for her. She said, the way she said it, she said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job. But the thing is, I'm like, Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later.
Right.
Like, you need to learn it. So at least you can learn it until you don't like it. You can learn it. You can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing, is that she can, I'm like, Wendy, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like.
But she's never done it.
Right, but you've never done it. So you really don't know until it's like dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that. And then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Yeah, if I would mind. And I said, of course I mind. Don't bring him. I told her, I said, yeah, bring him. She texted me the other day. And I said, yeah, bring him, the more the merrier.
Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care.
Listen, I wouldn't care if you take the kids and her and Dave on the boat for an hour.
Oh, yeah.
And like a pool, just to help,
We do. But yeah, no, I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather her go spend the day with him than you anyway. It's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what, and that's like, I'm happy, as you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
And you're so fun.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought that would be your best Mother's Day present this year, when he wants to bring Dave.
Yeah.
She's developing the brain.
She's developing the brain, that's right. And you know what, I have to walk away from Thanksgiving. And it's the thing, because he's not, and both boys are not very good at hugging and kissing, and it always looks like you feel bad. Every time they're boys, they're just not the way girls are more kissy. So I said to her, then, I said, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Grandma and Grandpa always wanted to hug and kiss. And he said, I always did that with my mommy and daddy, and I did that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like Dave and mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. I said, yeah, I guess so. So, can never hide anything in front of the
No.
person. You know, once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything. You know?
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, listen, Wendy just doesn't comprehend at all how lucky she is.
So she doesn't.
It doesn't like register in her head how lucky she is at all. At all. And not even like nothing. It's just, which is great. Yeah. But at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she's expecting more and more time with things. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
And the funny thing was,
All right, let's move on to the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50, somewhere around there.
Okay, in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I was the lead agent. Came up with brought the undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
Okay. What was the purpose of the bump?
The purpose was we had just began the Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanwa to Sigfredo Garcia, and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish States 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie. and Tuba. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markell's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but you didn't take one out and make a phone call.
She did not.
All right. When is her first phone call after the bump?
After she goes back into the icon.
Okay. And the undercover references a name, Katie, actually two names, Katie and Tuto. Was there a strategic reason why the name Katie was used?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, basically, we believe that the Adelson family had been already in the public limelight because of the bad divorce. We believe they possibly could be.
Let me back you up. Because of a bad divorce, they were in the limelight, or under suspicion for this murder?
Under suspicion for the murder because of the bad divorce.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay. And then, so we felt like Katie couldn't, we felt like Katie's name had to be put in there to let them know that it wasn't a random person just trying to come and extort them, that it had some legitimacy to it because the person actually was in prison. He's the one who did commit the murder, and he was the one that we wanted to portray that he was providing information to other people about the homicide.
And who is the first person that Donna Adelson calls after this bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce 124. This is a wire call summary that I've created to assist the jurors in following along with these wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted at this time.
Judge, I've marked one copy for evidence. Would it be permissible to pass out copies so everyone can follow along?
Please show them to the defense, but yes.
Yes, sir.
So that was neat. We got to see the actual bump. We got to see Wendy coming down, being confronted. We got to see the agent, and we got to listen to the conversation. She was frozen, and he handed her a piece of paper. She took it, put it in her bag, and then went and got the kids. Interesting. That's real time. That's a real time investigative technique that actually worked. It was over 2 years later. They had the wiretap up and they wanted to get activity, and it worked. And the FBI does it. That's why they do it, because it works. And I think the jury's eating that up. It was well done. And we'll see how he holds up and see if she mentions he didn't keep the original.
And Judge, for the jury's purposes, will they be able to make notes on this and take it with them, or do they need to make their notes separately?
Defense have any objection to the jurors writing on the summary and taking it with
None
them?
at all. I think it's a great idea.
Well, that settles the matter.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as call A on the, have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay. And they're already in. So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
I thought it was fascinating when they kept saying, Wendy doesn't know how lucky she is. Wendy doesn't know how lucky she is. No, she doesn't. That is the buffer built in for Wendy. That's great for Wendy. But certainly implicates
To work for some other time in the very near future, I need to meet with people.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork. Hand delivered.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm gonna need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can, I'll have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and I've got the track of it, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm gonna drive up that way.
Alright.
Okay? And,
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved
No,
Wendy?
no. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is everyone's health okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Well, when he doesn't come home, maybe we can get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's ordered you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right.
What to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier with more people coming in out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork time from?
I see them, that's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to have the day off.
Yes, that would be Wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but I
I just
will.
would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon, that way I can hang out with you and see what they do.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
All right, so we've got, seems like we're picking up mid stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple of reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer and picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
All right, and in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No.
Jibbers?
No.
All right. We've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendy, right?
Right, not Wendy. The
Who
two
does
of them.
she say?
The two of them.
The two of us,
Two of us.
meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call that we're about to hear, call B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
further in the
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
Wow, that's damaging evidence for Donna. It probably involves the both of us. I don't see how Donna doesn't get charged.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I'm just kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea what you think.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles some of that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
So I'm
I'll
looking
do
at-
that now.
And then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so that someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, those reviews come in, and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. It's probably not.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So.
No,
But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly to have the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner. So make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay.
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah. If you take me out to dinner, that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
You know, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, that's always a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there? I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all.
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15, and even if I came up there and got there a little after, it would be 5:15. It would be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for when you to pick them up.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who is the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you. That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, let's talk later. Either, I would like to, I'd like to try to get to see you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for when somewhere else.
Is it so? Whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter?
No, it's not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I thought it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building and I make a right and I go past both driveways at the icon.
Right.
And I'm on the sidewalk and I'm about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I can cross the street to pick up the boy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay out here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and handed you. Was it a young guy, old guy?
I'd say probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Yeah. So, I mean, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and, when we say where are you? And I don't think it's a good idea for the boys to say, you know?
All right.
I'm going to go out and make them driven, you know, every day, you know, unless I need to come to a check or something.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it, you know, tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You know, you never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, I don't want to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, it was just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the letter?
You know, it's just a copy of an article. It's what was written on the letter that was written on the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
You know, I don't think we should.
All right. I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I don't mean it. People threaten you, gotta go to the police. But let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'd like you to just see what you think.
yeah,
I mean,
no.
pictures, I got a picture, honey, right here, right up here, honey. So let's do that. Let's make it, you know, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay.
Okay. You got it.
Come down, you'll play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right. Yeah. No. Come down. I'll see you. I'll play with the boys.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right. If it's something serious, you know, I'm gonna recommend going to the police. So.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm trying to do.
So. All right. Sounds good.
Let's talk tomorrow, okay?
All right. You got it. Love you.
Love you.
Does Mrs. Adelson mention Dan Martell in this call?
No, she doesn't.
There's mention of going to the police. If there was a threat, we're going to go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Catherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, oh, I'm sorry. We've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right. And is this the same date?
It is.
Okay. What time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3:00, about 15 minutes after the last call.
All right. Publish C, please.
You may proceed.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
White.
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. I could describe him to a T.
What's that? You could
Describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but I'll be.
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So,
That's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset. So,
don't say anything to Dad and Dad take a look at it, because Dad flies off the
absolutely.
on everything.
That's why I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
clear, what's wanted.
Can I just ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Okay, your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll
That's why I just thought, if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we'll go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever
We'll
someone
go,
said.
we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about 5.
He had made statements. I believe Wendy Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have a TV, to buy her a TV as a divorce present.
All right. And what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about 5.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the Undercover had provided.
All right. In this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No.
The name Katie or Catherine McBanois at all?
No.
And does the defendant in this case has evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
That's correct.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Catherine McBanois.
Publish D, please.
Looks like the noose is tightening around Charlie Adelson and his mother. Interesting how this played out. Boy, Donna's right in the middle of this thing. Very cautious about talking, and wow.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't get this place loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, let me off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me, and I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate, but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name,
Mhm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to. But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved with the IRS or a patient or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I mean, that's mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right, you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So who's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well,
Like,
I don't
this
know.
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, she doesn't have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like
I don't know.
Girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything. So I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering, wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does
would
have
feel
anything
bad
to
for
do-
your mom. Like, who the hell? Like, if that was me, would have like called me right away? Be like,
I know.
here's
I said, Mom, was the guy wearing
Number
hat, glasses? Mom was like, no, I could pick the person out of line in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and knew who she was and addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other ex. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with anybody over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's your story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right. What time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish, it depends.
Okay,
How
I'm
it
gonna,
is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna
Yeah.
talk to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right, no worries, you know.
All right.
All right, have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No,
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
no, not in those words. No.
He did say the name Katie and
Correct.
Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that.
That's correct.
In this call, we hear the defendant stating that Catherine McBanawa was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Catherine McBanawa was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No,
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Catherine McBanawa and the bump,
that's correct.
including who?
Whitney Kick.
Okay, did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
No,
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Catherine McBanawa about this matter?
not about this matter. No.
All right, I want to go to the next day, April 20th, 2016. Do we have a meeting that occurs that day?
We did.
All right, and Charlie and Donna have discussed we're going to meet in person. We don't want to talk on the phone. Did that meeting take place on April 20th?
It did.
Where did that meeting take place?
It started inside their building, but they walked out the back of the building of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives. They walked out the back of it and then walked down the sidewalk, which is a marina right on the water of South Beach. There's a marina right behind their building. They walked down that sidewalk along the water, and there was a restaurant just down from their condo. And they stopped behind that restaurant at a little table and sat at the table right by the water.
Is that restaurant Monty's on South Beach?
That's correct.
What time of day did this meeting occur at Monty's?
Approximately 1 p.m.
How long was the meeting?
About 30 minutes.
Were you present for the meeting?
I was.
And can you describe sort of their demeanor or what they were doing at the meeting?
They walked very closely to each other, went and sat kind of next to each other. There's a little round concrete table. They sat next to each other, and they were kind of leaning in intently, talking to each other, very low voices.
Were there any attempts made to record what was being said at that meeting?
Yes, we did try to record it.
Okay. What were the results of those attempts?
We were not able to get close enough to them. They were isolated across the sidewalk next to the water. And we weren't able to get close enough to them to be able to capture any audible conversations.
How close did agents get? Did they have bags similar to the ones that were previously described, like recording devices in bags?
There were recording devices in bags, yes. And we were able to get, I think the closest we were able to get is maybe 20 feet from them.
All right. And was the recording from that, was the expert that we heard from earlier, McElveen, able to get any audible words out of that recording?
Not from those recordings, no.
Okay. Was there a photograph taken of this meeting?
Yes, I took a photograph.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 54 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Once this meeting concluded, what is the next phone call that occurs on the wire?
Charlie Adelson calls Catherine McManawa.
All right. And so what time did that call occur?
Can I refer to the
You may.
chart? It occurs at 3:14 p.m.
Okay, and in this call, are they just giving directions to each other to meet up?
That's correct.
All right, and is that the Dolce meeting?
It is.
Okay, what is Dolce?
Dolce was a pizza sandwich shop. They was next to her business where she worked. It was in a shopping center. They met first in a car, and then they walked into Dolce and sat inside of the restaurant and talked.
Right, and we've heard about the efforts to record the meeting as well as the clarification.
Okay.
Was the clarification that McElveen did put onto the Mo Better video that came from the other recording device in the restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay. And have we also got, for demonstrative purposes, the transcript that will play along with this recording and audio?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence that composite exhibit 111.
Any objection to 111?
Now, I do have two separate exhibits, Your Honor. I have 111 with a star, which is our demonstrative. We can call that 111A or demonstrative D, whatever's Your Honor's preference.
Just make sure it's marked as demonstrative.
Yes, sir. And then we've got 111, which does not have the transcript included.
Right, Mr. Rushbaum.
No objection other than our prior objections.
Very well. 111 will be admitted at this time. I will also give the instructions if the state and defense desire concerning these recordings as well.
Yes, sir. This is about a 40 to 45 minute recording. So for your planning purposes, we can do that and then break for the day, or we can, whatever Your Honor wants.
We'll break for the day then after it's published.
Okay.
Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm going to instruct you that the subjects shown were speaking before the recording starts, and certain portions of the recording are inaudible. Like other recordings, you may determine this recording's context or lack thereof based on what you are able to hear. I'm going to give you a second instruction now concerning this same recording. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear and not what you read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
And Judge, for this is the recording that's more difficult to hear, so I would ask that all jurors use the headphones for this particular publication.
Members of the jury would all put on your headphones at this time if you have not been using them already.
Wow, this is devastating to the defense. Walking through the bump, the phone calls, the careful, evasive meetings privately, and now we get to Dolce Vita. The bump worked, and it clearly implicates Donna and Charlie.
If anyone needs to adjust the volume, we'll play it and then go back. We'll restart it a couple times to make sure everybody's got it correct. we've got everybody's volume adjusted. We're gonna start one more time. Go ahead, please.
put that person at the scene. Time, not in the car, because the fact is, like, even if, let's say, you just got in my car, right? And then I go ahead and I commit a crime, and then I go, and you're dating in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get to dating in the car, they go, oh, she was in my car. Maybe had the car for 2 minutes, got an ADC, and then got out of the car. It has nothing to do with you. So even if I can prove that, yeah, Katie had the car, I can Katie, I'm saying that she sat in the car, yeah. Two, you have to do that. You have to get in the car, and then you know, you were going to have to car, you know, such a day, you might have to take it, DNA, fingerprint, fucking hair, all that on the car. That proves, yeah, congratulations, you go to the car, not a time to sit in a car. Okay, you know what I mean? My mom just sat in the car, because it's not fun. But the scene and the date. The guy changed to O. I don't know what this fucking is. Is it just to O? And it's to the parts of it. After they get on that, your family, you know, now, to the family, how long, I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's maybe this is refreshing. And again, it's her. She said, baby, she's my mom. She also like his wife. A lot of people so connected. He had like, he had dog, he had salt in his exchange shacks and everything. He said, no, I said, his wife is dead. He said, his wife, he could have been his ex, but yeah, because he said, he's saying, I don't like it. It's just like, you can't tell. I thought the only call was I thought it was something like, you know, Maria from the West Side Story. So he wasn't, you know, wasn't honest. You're recognizing with no glasses. I said, what's how no glasses, no hat. You know, well, he said, well, Travis. Yeah, it wasn't like you would have looking at it like, oh, he's gone. No, he said, she was like, her, and I kind of went a little faster, and I was back. He said, wrong. I'm going this way, so you're not good to the right. He was like this. So he turned. She goes, sorry, sir. Do this. And she goes, I'm so sorry. And he's like, these things. Yes. And you talk. Alright, so I thought it was like process over. She said it was. problem with this system. Okay, so this is all the cops. So they ask you, what the hell you're gonna say, I don't know. You know, same name. Okay. How can you believe it? Did you witness it? Or just make it up? If you did witness it, you won't be heard a rumor on the street that this person did something. You know that's what? Zero. Then what you do is you wear a wire, give this person a call, and if you can get the person to pass on a wire, and you have something in your yard. You have a factory. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? You know, you have a car and you claim this person renting that car that you drive, okay? But you can't get proof that they were also driving that day too, and rented it and went to a private. What if you rent your car and ask, hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring you back on Tuesday. You know, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. So you've been in that car. I drive this to fucking Orlando. I probably come to Orlando. I come back and I go to your DC. And okay, thanks. Yeah, he rented it. But what if you were fucking out all weekend and even though I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay. My point is, I don't have any knowledge. And then this person is pretending to us. I don't want someone paying this. He could. I wish it wasn't kind of like these. Why? It's not like these. They're like these. And these. all do is a simple reason. This takes a small process of all kinds of completion. Unfortunately, it makes you look bad because it's like, okay, we're just feel that way. A lot of heck tests are on actors. So 99% of people pick up the high, take a lot of heck tests. Makes you look bad. It's like, hey, one take a lot of heck tests and you're not saying, okay, I can't fucking take the test and go home. All right, okay, but okay. Because you didn't do it. So, right. And you're right. But things like very
They had nothing to do with what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about. But the name sounds familiar. So I'm going to do something as a charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again. And let them know you had to do everything in the world to prevent these people from going to the police. Because they don't know anything, I don't know anything. And that the name sounds a little familiar, and that we're going to help you out with some charity. And you'll never contact me, my friends, or my family again. We will. That way, you get money. You also know that you know everything. And you may have a friend who may not be so cool. What's going on too? And you know people, knows how to handle people. And that one-time thing. And this is charity to help somebody out. Let's work in if you can be calm. And as you want to be calm, you didn't happen to get the whole time you're talking, you just said, I don't know. And all that's going on, I was just calling by a very shaken voice. Scared. And I told them that, let me try to help these people. But that if you use anything other than the word help and charity, and that you're going to ask them, you need these people alone when they are going to. That's all I'm saying. Please, I can't say, and take the money, only to come meet you. You get this guy, maybe he's an activist, he knows. And then now he's talking to his wife, and he's talking to him, and he's talking to he himself, he better himself, and it's a big problem. You are, you can't do it unless you want to. And so they got a big problem.
that it's going to go down one of two ways. Like, you either fucking, pick which one, and yes. Right, he said, to go, and your family, help your family out, and you can help me out, your family can help you. Your family has been helping me out, and his family can help out. So I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe just somehow explain it to you. Okay. He did not go through that far. Finding and putting that thing together and making it how it's gonna go away. He ain't going away. What's that? What's that? Well, if it's a cop. You need to, like, in my mom needs something, like, oh, okay, I'll be in all our party, get a building, he drives up, and she can find it. What the fuck is gonna happen next month? Pick it up. You need it up again. You know what I mean? And the thing is, my parents really want to give they make things have a big picture online. And I love it. I want to see the schedule, the cops should go his house. Just let them know that he's going to work out. Right? They got to hide. Okay? So, you're the one. They reached out to you, and they said they reached out to you. You mentioned my name. I'm more afraid of the small ones, like out of the door again and again and again. And this is lined up. Like, so far, like he is. You listen, you give somebody is not an like it's like listening to you. One only time. I don't know what this is about. Telling you. You hate to say things without trying to get it. Like, just the way he said it, like, he said, he's he was there for his family. And like he didn't want to share. He didn't share. But he could just the questions he wanted to his questions and I agree all money. Shannon he she's been up since 2 o'clock in the morning. The diary. Like how do you think I feel my mom's 5 years old? He was. You're putting yourself out there. Because when you're finding out, don't have a lot, how are you to take care of you? Hey, and if you're finding somebody who's had no problem possibly doing that, hey, blackmail somebody with banging a secretary. Now, blackmail somebody over fucking, like, my office in the morning, and last minute after. I know, it's just, but it's like, if you don't, like, you're gonna find out, you don't know why. Don't know what it is that they do. These are the people. Like, if this is what it actually is, you're fucking, I'm saying, this is what it's actually called. It's actually the fall. It's more. And usually, and the ability, it is only like this time. You got a whole set of balls because they you shut up real quick. Which makes me think, out of now, he's not the only income there alone, he can't do something else. You know what I'm saying? And then this is the next thing here. What if this whole point lost the money? All I got walks up and he goes, this is so his family needs help. Meanwhile, his family ain't getting shit. We just did a bunch of stuff that is not on my floor. Somebody needs help. Well, guess what? I don't have anything to do with what happened down there. You don't, I don't know who it was. I don't know who it's who. Like, I don't know these people. So, my point is, the problem is, you're going to get every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry showing up going, hey, somebody needs help. Go to the fucking police. I don't care. Go to the police. Tell me enough. I'll tell what I know. Nothing. I don't. I don't know anybody who's got that patient. Just a 5-day shift.
For the witness before we rest for the evening.
I'm comfortable resting for the evening at this point, Your Honor.
Very well. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I give you every day, but it is important as we progress in this trial. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news reports or seek out any information concerning the trial. We will start tomorrow once again at the normal time at 8:45. Please report by 8:30. Have a good evening. We'll collect these the same way we would with the notepads, but the jurors will have access to them once again.
All right. So unless I heard differently, Georgia marked the transcripts as a demonstrative aid, which means the transcripts are not in evidence. What it means is
Agent Sanford, you will need to report tomorrow at 8:30 as well for the continuation of your testimony. Do the parties have anything that they wish to raise with the court before we go into recess?
No, Your Honor.
One moment. Anything? No, Your Honor.
Always a squeaky wheel. I'm teasing you, Mr. Rashbaum. We're in recess for the evening. We will get started again at 8:30 tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.
So I carefully listened to it, and Georgia marks the transcript as demonstrative. That means it's a demonstrative aid. The actual tape itself is the evidence. I believe the judge read the actual language that you can use this as an aid, but the evidence in the case is the tape itself. So the jurors could follow that transcript, but the evidence is the tape itself. And that's where you're going to get the alternate theories, and you're going to get Rashbaum saying that's not what it says. The transcript does help because, as you could tell, the tape was horrible. People can listen, but when they see the words, then they can make the words. So it really is helpful to the defense. I mean, to the government, that you could actually see words and then you can put it together. And I think it's good for them. Rashbaum's going to clearly attack this, saying it's not clear, the context is out of order, it's not concise, it's inaudible, and his client's going to get on the stand and tell you what he said and what he meant. That's the only chance he has in this trial. Only chance. I believe that Charlie will take the stand. Transcripts normally don't go back as evidence. They're just aids because the evidence itself is the actual tape. The tape itself is the evidence. But what do we have? What have we seen so far? After 2-year investigation, they get the Title III wire, and what do they want to do? They want to tickle. They want to bump. They want to tickle the wire. And what happened in this case? It worked perfectly. They get this guy to walk up to her. They had her singled out. They knew where she was going. They knew exactly the time. They had cameras in place. This guy goes up and was pretty good about it, showing him having the conversation, handing the note. She takes the note. She calls Charlie. When she calls Charlie, it's all of this real concealed and very protective language. Doesn't want to talk about it. Do you want to go to the cops? Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. Another conversation. No, I don't want to talk inside. I want to go outside. This is what co-conspirators do. They rattled up the bump. You make phone calls to co-conspirators. You meet privately or out in public, and you talk in secret. And I can't forget the words they said. Who does this involve? And she said, probably the two of us. The two of us. That's great for Wendy, but it's really not good for Donna. And then Donna secretly meets with him and goes to that little patio where you see him talking. Clearly, Donna's head over in this thing. She is bound at the hip in this thing. Charlie's in the hip of this thing. I like the way they showed the tapes earlier, showing how Donna and them were intimately involved in her professional, her dating, and it's just brutal. And I think the state may rest their case tomorrow, and I think all they have left is some phone calls between Katie and Sigfredo about the number. Remember the 6570 and all that nonsense. But I think that they're going to end their case maybe tomorrow. Well, the jurors had no, they will not have access to the transcripts during deliberations. So if you get a disagreement, which I expect Rashbaum's whole case will be a disagreement, then the jurors may have to play the tapes in chambers. And that could take a while for deliberations because one person's going to say, I heard this, the other person say, I heard that. And the transcripts are not evidence. So it's a strong circumstantial evidence case. Do we have enough? Is there enough without the Dolce Vita? That's the question. It's a strong circumstantial evidence case. And the money, we know the money got paid. He paid it. Question is, are they going to buy this double extortion defense? And then finally, what's going to happen is if Charlie testifies, if he is not credible, the jury can convict him just based on his testimony alone, which I'm anxious to see how rehearsed and created and how he's going to do on cross-examination. So I don't know. I think the only defense witnesses are Kristen Adamson, the lawyer for Wendy, and I think Charlie Adelson. I don't know who else they would call to give context to. That's it. I've enjoyed being here again today. I think it was an interesting trial. I think the state put on a really pretty good case today. Tim, he didn't pay any money to the agent. I don't know what that question's about. I couldn't vote, but I don't think Charlie gets on the stand. I don't know. I just can't see how Daniel can have a defense if Charlie doesn't get up there and testify. If Daniel didn't say he had a defense and this is my defense, then I can see Charlie not taking a stand. But to say he's going to prove an extortion when no witness has testified about a double extortion, I think there's going to have problems. And I think he's going for broke. I think Charlie's going for broke and feels like he can bring it home. So I want to thank everybody, all the well wishers, all the support, all the people that have given me well wishes. I appreciate it. I hope I was able to break things down for you. You said he paid money. He didn't pay any money. Who didn't pay any money? Charlie did pay money. Charlie gave the money, and in the opening statement, the lawyer admitted that the money came from him. He said that the stapled money was from him. So he did pay the money. You want to go see Ruth tonight at my office? I think she's signing books at 7:30. So thanks again. Thanks for STS for having me. And until we meet again, God bless you all.